Chapter 2534. Bei Xiao, are you massaging your master's back again? Chin Asen walked into the shop with a smile. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Bei Xiao and Bei Meng massaging Ning Qi's back together. Bei Xiao didn't seem very willing, but Bei Meng was very enthusiastic. Ning Qi would give her a few sweet candies every time he finished massaging Ning Qi's back. It had been almost half a year since the two of them became Ning Qi's handymen in his shop. Both Bei Xiao and Bei Meng had become very familiar with Ning Qi. Although Bei Xiao looked reluctant, he was actually much more focused than Bei Meng. Bei Meng, on the other hand, would start to daydream as she continued to knock. The taste of candies. Brother Chin, you're here. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. A few candies fell into Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's hands. Bei Xiao saw this and gave all the candies to Bei Meng. The little girl kissed Ning Qi happily and couldn't wait to throw the candies into her mouth. Say, if I knew you liked kids so much, I would have married a wife for you. Your kid should be around this age now. Chin Asen said with a smile. Brother Chin, I heard that Xiao Huan wrote home. Ning Qi inadvertently changed the topic. Chin Asen fell for it. He immediately took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Ning Qi. Quick, help Brother Chin see what this kid wrote. Ning Qi opened the letter with a smile. The letter was sent by Chun Huan. She asked about Chin Asen and Miss Chen's health. She also asked about Ning Qi. Then she said that she was living a good life and would come back to Bluestone Town in 3 or 5 years. Brat, coming back in 3 to 5 years? I don't know how long my old bones can last. Chin Asen was furious. Brother Chin, your body is still strong. 3 to 5 years is nothing. Ning Qi smiled and returned the letter to Chin Asen. Chin Asen scolded and walked back to his silk shop with a smile. Master, is Xiao Huan Uncle Chen's son? Bei Xiao was curious. Yes, you can call him Brother Chin when you see him in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Oh. Bei Xiao nodded. Spring passed and autumn came. Year after year passed. When Bei Xiao arrived, he was 9 years old. His height only reached Ning Qi's waist. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Bei Xiao was now a 15-year-old boy. His height had reached 8 feet, but when he stood in front of Ning Qi, he still only reached Ning Qi's shoulders. Bei Meng, who was already 12 years old, was about to grow into a great beauty. Last year, a matchmaker had visited Bei Meng and Bei Xiao. In the eyes of the people of Bluestone Town, Bei Xiao was Ning Qi's disciple. As long as she could learn some skills, she would never become a beggar again. She would be able to live a prosperous life. As for Bei Meng, they often saw Ning Qi shopping with Bei Meng, and they knew that Ning Qi treated Bei Meng like his own daughter. Many people wanted to take this opportunity to marry Ning Qi. After all, Ning Qi was considered a capable person in Bluestone Town. Over the years, there was an endless stream of people asking for swords. Furthermore, he was related to Zhang Chaozhong, one of the top 4 experts. However, Ning Qi rejected all of them. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng had their own paths. Even Ning Qi didn't want to interfere. Ning Qi's face showed signs of aging. Over the past 6 years, his hair had started to turn white. He used to sell 1 sword every 7 days, but now he sold 1 sword every 15 days. Master, let me massage your back. Bei Xiao carried a large iron ingot into the shop. After putting it down, she walked behind Ning Qi and massaged his shoulders. Then, she began to massage his back. She looked as focused as before. You're already so big. I won't give you candy. Ning Qi smiled without turning his head. Master, you know that I don't eat candy. Bei Xiao said calmly. Bei Xiao, are you massaging your master's back again? 6 years had passed, and Chin Asen had aged a lot. Every time he saw Bei Xiao massaging Ning Qi's back, he would always say this. In the end, even Bei Meng could tell that Chin Asen was envious of Ning Qi. Uncle Chin, do you want me to massage your back as well? Bei Meng skipped into the shop, like a little deer. Sure, sure. Chen Asin immediately moved a stool and sat beside Ning Qi. The two of them enjoyed Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's service and chatted. After chatting for a long time, Chen Asin suddenly sighed. Little Qi, little Huan said in his letter that he would be back in 3 to 5 years. It's been 6 years. Is he? Ning Qi smiled and interrupted Chen Asin. Big brother Chen, I told you that little Huan is blessed by the heavens. He'll be fine. Maybe he was delayed by something. He'll come back. He'll come back? That's good, that's good. Chen Asin smiled and nodded. He heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, he got ready to leave and called Ning Qi and the others to his house for dinner. Bei Meng let out a cry of joy when she heard that. Ning Qi never cooked, and the two of them had always been eating outside. They were already sick of it and looked forward to visiting Chen Asin's house to taste the Chen family's cooking. Even Bei Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of a smile as she subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Late at night, Bei Xiao and Bei Meng had already fallen asleep. Ning Qi was practicing his sword in the yard. His body was no longer as strong as it used to be. After practicing for a while, he started to pant. Just when Ning Qi was about to put away his sword and go to sleep, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Ning Qi. Then, 2 other black figures appeared in front of Ning Qi. They were shocked when they saw Ning Qi, but they soon realized that Ning Qi was just an ordinary person, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Let's get rid of Zhang Chaozhong and this guy. We can't let anyone know about what happened today. We don't want Zhang Chaozhong's master to find us. One of them said in a low voice. The other person nodded. They didn't hide anything from Ning Qi. It didn't seem wrong for them to say that they wanted to kill Ning Qi in front of him. Cough! Zhang Chaozhong spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up. The other two seemed to be afraid that Zhang Chaozhong had other tricks up his sleeves, so they didn't step forward immediately. Boss Ning. Zhang Chaozhong looked at Ning Qi in shock. He then smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry. Boss Ning was involved in today's matter. If there's an underworld, Chaozhong will apologize to Boss Ning when we get there. Although Zhang Chaozhong was over 50 years old, he looked more than 10 years younger than Ning Qi. Zhang Chaozhong knows this person. Could he have some ulterior motive for coming here? Did you see it clearly? Does this guy really not have any cultivation? No. Oh right, this is the sword shop in Bluestone Town. Boss Ning is a blacksmith. Zhang Chaozhong bought a sword here before, so he knows him. I see. Then it's okay. Zhang Chaozhong is seriously injured now. You and I will kill him first. Ning Qi and Zhang Chaozhong heard every word of the conversation between the two. It could be seen that they already thought that they were in a winning situation. Boss Ning, you run first. I can still hold them for about 10 minutes. Run as far as you can. Zhang Chaozhong looked at the two of them and said without turning his head. Ning Qi discovered that there were 2 very long and deep wounds on his back. His flesh had even been flipped over. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chaozhong fell on his back with a bang. The 2 black shadows looked at each other and finally looked at Ning Qi. I know swordsmanship. You'd better leave. Ning Qi raised the sword in his hand and said lightly, You kill Zhang Chaozhong, I'll kill him. Go. The 2 of them each had a target and rushed forward like ghosts. Ning Qi gently stabbed twice, and the movements of the 2 figures stopped abruptly. They covered their throats in disbelief and looked at Ning Qi. How could a mortal's sword be so fast? Puff! The 2 fell to the ground and died unwillingly. Chapter 2535. Where am I? Zhang Chaozhong felt a little dazzling in front of him. The sunlight shone through the window and fell on his eyelids. Zhang Chaozhong slowly opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. He was not lying down, but lying on his stomach. The wound on his back was still throbbing, which immediately reminded him of what happened last night. I'm not dead? Did they catch me alive? Zhang Chaozhong's expression gradually became a little strange. He forced himself to sit up, intending to look through the window, only to find a familiar figure in the courtyard outside, practicing swordsmanship, if this could be considered swordsmanship. Why isn't Boss Ning dead? What's going on? Zhang Chaozhong fell into deep thought. He could not understand how he could survive last night's situation. Even Ning Qi was alive and well. Where did the two guys who chased after him go? Creak. The door opened and Bei Xiao walked in with a basin of water. She placed it on the bedside and said to Zhang Chaozhong, "Master said that the wound on your back needs to be cleaned, but he said that you can do it yourself. Come out and have some porridge after you're done." Bei Xiao turned around and left after she finished speaking. She felt strange when she walked out of the door. Why did that guy look so familiar? She seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Zhang Chaozhong also had the same feeling. He naturally did not know that Bei Xiao was the child beggar he had saved from Wild Cloud Hand. The Bei Xiao at that time was very different from the current Bei Xiao. However, from Bei Xiao's words, Zhang Chaozhong was able to obtain an accurate piece of information. He had indeed survived, even though he had no memory of what had happened last night. In order to know this, he quickly cleaned his wounds, put on the green robe that Bei Xiao had brought for him, and walked into the courtyard. Bei Meng rested her chin on her hand and watched Ning Qi practice his swordsmanship in boredom. When she saw Zhang Chaozhong, a trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes. "You're awake." Ning Qi put away his sword and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled. "Yes." Zhang Chaozhong wanted to say something, but stopped. He glanced at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng. "You two go out and play." Ning Qi waved his hand. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng looked at each other. They knew that their master had something to say to this fellow, so they reluctantly left the courtyard and went into the store. After the two left, Zhang Chaozhong cupped his hands towards Ning Qi and said, "Boss Ning, I don't know what happened last night. Why am I still alive? And even you, I'm not sure either. After you fainted, they left." Ning Qi said, Zhang Chaozhong stared blankly at Ning Qi. "Speaking of which, it was really dangerous," Ning Qi sighed. I'm really sorry. I almost put Boss Ning in danger. Those guys won't let me off so easily. I'll leave now." Zhang Chaozhong blushed and quickly cupped his hands. Before he left, he solemnly saluted Ning Qi. "Thank you, Boss Ning." If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have dared to keep him here after seeing such a scene. But Ning Qi had stayed, so he naturally had to thank Ning Qi. As for how he had survived, he could only look for clues in the future. In the shop. "Master, who is that guy?" Bei Meng asked curiously. Bei Xiao's ears perked up. "Have you forgotten about Zhang Chaozhong who saved you?" Ning Qi smiled. "It's him?" Bei Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, then regret. Zhang Chaozhong was also his savior. To be precise, Zhang Chaozhong had directly saved them. Although he did it because of Ning Qi, he did save them after all. This time he didn't recognize Zhang Chaozhong and thank him. Bei Xiao was a little regretful. "You were still young at that time. It's normal that you don't remember." Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he said, "The iron materials should be here soon. Bei Xiao, help me take a look. The quality of the iron materials last time was a little low. If it's the same as last time, tell Lao Sen not to send it over." "Okay." Bei Xiao nodded and turned to leave the shop. Bei Meng saw this and said to Ning Qi, "I'll follow him." Then, she quickly followed Bei Xiao and disappeared into the street corner. Perhaps Lao San's iron materials this time were the same as last time. He didn't deliver them until evening, and Bei Xiao and Bei Meng didn't return either. Ning Qi sat in the shop until 7 or 8 o'clock. When there were no more people on the street, he slowly closed the shop. In the next few days, there was no news from Bei Xiao and Bei Meng. Xiao Qi, the arrestor, has already sent people to look for them. As long as Bei Xiao and Bei Meng are still nearby, they will definitely be found. Don't worry. Chen Asen walked into the silk shop and said to Ning Qi, "Brother Chen, they are already so old. What danger could they be in? If they can't come back, they must have been delayed by something." Ning Qi smiled. Chen Asen felt a little strange. Ning Qi didn't seem to be worried about the two children at all. It was just like how Ning Qi always told him that Chen Huan would come back. He was always so confident. After Bei Xiao and Bei Meng went missing, Ning Qi's life went on as usual. The only difference was that there were fewer and fewer matchmakers. Because of Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's disappearance, many people brought their children to Ning Qi's shop to learn the art of swordsmithing. However, Ning Qi used the ancestral art as an excuse to reject them. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years had passed. 20 years ago, Chen Asen was almost 70 years old. After these 20 years, he was already 89 years old and was almost the oldest person in Bluestone Town. His wife, Madame Chen, was originally younger than Chen Asen by more than 10 years, but she passed away on a cold winter night last year. Ning Qi helped to organize the funeral. Since Chen Asen no longer had the energy to organize funerals, the business in the shop was basically managed by the helpers hired by Chen Asen. Chen Asen had nothing to do, so he stood at the entrance of the silk shop with his walking stick and looked at the corner of the street. Most of the shops on this street had changed owners. Some had inherited their father's business, while others had retired and transferred their shops to others. However, everyone knew that Chen Asen was looking at the corner of the street, waiting for his son to come back. In private, many people would talk about how unfilial Chen Asen was. Chapter 2536. Ning Qi's shop was originally famous because of Zhang Chaozhong. Think about it. How cool would it be for people to hear that Zhang Chaozhong was one of the 4 experts to use a sword from this place? After Zhang Chaozhong's disappearance for many years and news of his death spread, and with Ning Qi only selling a sword every 6 months, fewer and fewer people came to buy swords. However, this street had become more and more lively in recent years. The people of Bluestone Town did not know the reason, but it was because of the increase in population that they had benefited greatly, and their business was at least 3 to 5 times better than in previous years. It has been almost 60 years since the first divine mausoleum appeared. I wonder if the news this time is accurate, that the second divine mausoleum will appear in this tiny fiery stream dynasty's Liang City. I heard that this was calculated by the Yishuan sect's Grand Elder, who came to the homeworld this time. The prodigies of the various sects are now stationed in Liang City, and our sect is only a third-rate sect in the Juku state and is not qualified to wait in Liang City, so we will wait here in Bluestone Town. It is only 300 miles from here to Liang City. A group of immortals passed through the main street of Bluestone Town. The one in the lead had the aura of a heavenly immortal, and behind him were a dozen earthly immortal prodigies. Their eyes would more or less fall on the surrounding shops. But these mortal shops were not very attractive to them. After a brief glance, they would move their eyes away. This made those shop owners who were eagerly waiting to do business a little disappointed. It has been so many years, but the second divine mausoleum has not appeared yet. Ning Qi muttered to himself as he wiped a long sword in a sword shop, withdrawing his gaze from the 2 heavenly immortals. In the last 2 years, he had seen many immortals appear in Bluestone Town. Originally, there were perhaps only 10,000 residents, but now there were at least 30,000. An extra 20,000 were all immortals. Of course, these immortals had a tacit understanding not to reveal their identities and affect the lives of the mortals in Bluestone Town. Perhaps apart from Ning Qi, the rest of the mortals basically did not know that the immortals they often talked about were now living near them and had become their neighbors. If the divine mausoleum appears in this realm, would it affect Bluestone Town? Ning Qi frowned slightly. The last time the tomb of the god of sin appeared, the whole mountain was shrouded in mist. This time, Ning Qi heard some slightly crucial information from the occasional conversations of these immortals. The Yishuan sect had already sent a grand luo to the homeworld, and had even calculated that the second celestial mausoleum would appear in Liang City. It would not be a problem if that Grand Luo was right, but if it was slightly off, Bluestone Town, which was 300 miles away from Liang City, might be in danger. Little Chi! Chin Asin walked shakily to the entrance of Ning Chi's shop with the help of a walking stick. Compared to a few decades ago, Chin Asin's body was already very weak. After all, mortals who were almost 90 years old had almost reached their limit. Ning Chi quickly stepped forward to support him. Big brother Chen, be careful. Chin Asin's eyes were slightly cloudy. He glanced at the street and said, Little Chi, so many people have come to our Bluestone Town all these years. Little Huan should be back soon, right? Yes, Xiao Huan should be back soon. Ning Chi nodded. But Chin Asin was a little confused. I feel like I'm going to leave soon. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Xiao Huan for the last time, Big Brother Chin. Don't say such inauspicious words. With your body, it won't be a problem for you to live another 10 or 20 years if you're careful. Xiao Huan will definitely be back by then. Ning Chi comforted him. Boss, how much are the swords in your shop? A figure walked into the shop. Little Chi, I won't disturb your business anymore. Take good care of the customers. Chu Nason saw that and walked back to the silk shop on the opposite side, trembling. I sell swords here once every 6 months. The time is not up yet, so these swords are not for sale. Ning Chi looked at the person and smiled. The earth immortal aura on the other party was very strong. Chin Asin and the others could not sense it, but Ning Chi could. Not for sale? Interesting. Don't you want to earn money? I'll give you 10,000 taels. Are you selling? The other party was taken aback at first, but then smiled. Not for sale. Ning Chi smiled. Not even 10,000 taels. The earth immortal seemed to be a little surprised. He looked at Ning Chi suspiciously for a while and made sure that Ning Chi was not an immortal. He then asked curiously, Old man, 10,000 taels of silver is enough for you to spend until you die of old age. With this money, you won't have to worry about your livelihood in the future. Why not sell it? Sir, money is good enough. Even if you give me 10,000 taels of silver, I won't be able to use it to seek immortality. I'll still die of old age and sickness. Ning Chi smiled. That's true. But 10,000 taels of silver can lead a rich life, marry a few beautiful wives, and eat all kinds of delicacies. Isn't that good? The other party was startled and said, Sir, are you living such a life now? Ning Chi asked with a smile, I know, but you won't understand the life I'm living. The earth immortal smiled and stopped trying to persuade Ning Chi. After all, he had no interest in the swords in the shop. He was just strolling around and asked casually, Sir, you're so young. Of course I don't understand. Ning Chi smiled and continued to clean the long sword. Young. The earth immortal had a strange look on his face. He knew that if he told the old man his age, he would be scared to death. May I know your name? My name is Xing Qiu. I'll be staying here for the time being. I'll come and chat with you when I have time. Is that okay? Xing Qiu smiled. My name is Ning Chi. Everyone here calls me Boss Ning. You can call me Boss Ning too. Ning Chi smiled. In the following days, Xing Qiu would come to Ning Chi's shop to chat with him, but he had never talked to Ning Chi about immortals. The topics they talked about were the daily life of Greenstone Town and the stories of the famous people. More and more immortals came to Bluestone Town, so much so that even the townspeople, who were slow to notice, began to notice that something was amiss. However, they couldn't figure out why, and could only wonder if the feng shui of Bluestone Town had changed to attract so many people to settle here. Just like that, another 3 years passed. On this day, Chin Asin stood at the door of the shop with his walking stick as usual. He looked at the corner of the street. The helpers he hired wanted him to sit, but Chin Asin refused. I can see further if I stand higher. If I sit, I won't be able to see Xiao Huan. Chapter 25:37. Chun Asin's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up, and his body trembled with excitement. At this time, Ning Chi also walked out of the sword shop and looked at the three figures. When Chan Huan left, he was only 18 or 19 years old. He had been gone for more than 30 years. Now he was almost 50 years old, but he looked like he was in his 40s. He excitedly led the woman to Chin Asin, and the servants in the silk shop thought they had arrived. When the servants in the silk shop thought that the customers had arrived, Chan Huan knelt down with a thud. The woman also knelt in front of Chin Asin with the child in her arms. "Hey, what's going on?" The owners of the nearby shops all leaned out curiously to see the scene. A few of them were born and raised in Bluestone Town. When they saw Chan Huan, there was a trace of surprise and disbelief in their eyes. "Is that Chan Huan? This Brett is finally willing to come back. Is that his wife beside him? He married a wife and had children outside, but he didn't even come back to see his mother when she passed away. What an unfilial son." "Shut up! Don't talk nonsense about family affairs." "Father, I'm unfilial." Chan Huan kowtowed several times, his eyes red. Those who didn't know Chan Huan's background knew that this guy was Chan Huan, the only son that Chin Asin had been longing for all day. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Chin Asin reached out with a trembling hand and touched Chan Huan's head. "Don't kneel, get up." He had said to Ning Chi that if Chan Huan came back, he would break one of his legs first. He had said this 1,000 times, but when Chan Huan really came back today, Chin Asin didn't feel angry at all. Instead, his face was full of relief. Chan Huan looked at Chin Asin's old face and finally couldn't hold back her tears. The woman's eyes were also red, but the child in her arms didn't know why his father was crying and looked puzzled. "Father, this is my wife." "Xiaoqing, greet father." Chan Huan wiped away her tears and said to the woman, "Father." The woman hurriedly bowed. "Your wife? Good, good." Chin Asin might be old and didn't realize it at first. After Chan Huan introduced him, he suddenly understood and couldn't hide his joy. "Dad, is this grandfather?" the baby said in a childish voice. "Yes, call him Grandpa." Chin Huan nodded. "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Chunshi," the little doll said. "Chunshi? Good, good." Chin Asin was very excited. He felt that he had not waited in vain all these years. Not only did Chan Huan come back safe and sound, but she also brought him a daughter-in-law and a little grandson. Chin Asin was much more energetic than usual. He even walked with vigor. He didn't even need his walking stick. He held Chin Huan's hand. He walked into the shop. Old Chin is really lucky this time. All of a sudden, all of his sons and grandsons are here. I thought there was no one to inherit his silk shop. The nearby bosses couldn't help but sigh. That night, Chin Asin sent someone to invite Ning Chi over. At the table, she was looking curiously at Ning Chi. His eyes reminded Chan Huan of the past. Chun Huan's wife, Xiaoqing, was also at the table this time. According to Chin Asin's temper in the past, when there were guests, women would never sit at the table. "Uncle Chi, thank you for taking care of my father all these years. I heard from my father that when my mother passed away, you were the one who helped arrange her funeral." Xiao Huan was unfilial. Chan Huan looked at Ning Chi with tears in his eyes. His current aura was much stronger than that of his uncle, Yen Zhenfeng. He had already reached the 10th stage of qi refinement, the same level as Zhang Chaozhong. In the Fire Stream dynasty, he would probably be ranked among the top 4 experts. In a short span of 30 years, he had cultivated to this level. During this period, Chan Huan must have had some fortuitous encounters. "It's good that you're back." Ning Chi smiled faintly and raised his cup to toast Chin Huan. "Grandpa Ning, I heard from Daddy that you have a lot of swords. Can I go take a look tomorrow morning?" After 3 rounds of wine, Chen Shi asked in a childish voice, "Sure, your father used to like to come to my place too." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Only then did she look at Chen Huan. Seeing Chen Huan nod, he smiled happily. Chun Asin looked at she kindly and drank with Ning Qi from time to time. Seeing that he was getting on in years, Chen Huan tried to persuade him to drink less but was rebutted by Chen Asin. Your father is happy today. What's wrong with drinking a few cups? Chen Asin said with wide eyes. Chen Huan felt helpless. Chen Asin drank a lot, but his eyes were still clear, much clearer than they had been in the past few years. At the table, he talked about the changes that had taken place in Bluestone Town during Chen Huan's absence. He also talked about Bei Xiao and Bei Meng, who had helped Ning Qi in his shop. Xiaoqi, don't worry. Those two kids will definitely come back. Chen Asin said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. Big brother Chen is right. They will definitely come back. Xiaohuan, since you're back and have a wife and children, why don't you take over this silk shop? Chen Asin suddenly looked at Chen Huan and said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Hearing that, Chen Huan nodded heavily. Father, I won't be leaving this time. I'll take care of the silk shop from now on. You can enjoy your life. All right. Chen Asin smiled and said, I'll enjoy my life from now on, ha. This meal went on for a very, very long time. Chen Asin could not bear to end it until it was too late. She had already fallen asleep in Xiaoqing's arms. Seeing this, Chen Asin finally ended the meal. When Ning Qi left, Chen Asin insisted on seeing him to the door and did not let Chen Huan follow. Xiaoqi, you've been calling me Big Brother Chen for so many years. I've long regarded you as a younger brother. In the future, you have to take care of Chen Huan, all right? Chen Asin said softly as he held Ning Qi's hand. Big brother Chen Huan is already an adult. Nothing will happen to her. Don't worry. Ning Qi patted Chen Asin's hand. Then I can rest assured. Chen Asin smiled and nodded. The next day, a white couplet was hung at the entrance of the silk shop. Chen Asin passed away the night before. He passed away peacefully with a smile on his face. The people of Bluestone Town said that it was a joyous funeral. After all, Chen Asin had reunited with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, all of whom had lived to the age of 90. His life was complete. Chen Huan did not cry during the funeral for Chen Asin. She was still standing with his mother in a daze, looking at the relatives and friends who had come to mourn. Ning Qi slowly walked into the mourning hall. The other people in the mourning hall all knew Ning Qi, so they greeted him with a slightly respectful expression. After all, Ning Qi was a celebrity in Bluestone Town. He was old friends with Zhang Chaozhong, one of the former top 4 experts. For ordinary people, Ning Qi's identity was naturally related to them. There were some differences. Chapter 2538. Let me light a stick of incense. Although Big Brother Chen is gone, don't be too sad. His life was perfect. Ning Qi patted Chen Huan's hand lightly, then picked up a stick of incense and bowed to it. He looked at Chen Asin's portrait with a complicated expression. He had already seen that Chen Asin's qi was exhausted yesterday, but Chen Asin relied on the last breath in his heart and held on until last night before leaving. Ning Qi couldn't help but ask himself, if it was in the past, would he have used his own means to extend Chen Asin's life? The answer was no. In the past, Ning Qi wouldn't have had any interaction with mortals like Chen Asin. Even if he had, he wouldn't have extended a mortal's life at will. There were tens of millions of mortals in the world. Could he have saved them? Birth, old age, sickness, and death were processes that mortals had to go through in their lives. To escape this process, only immortals had a sliver of a chance. But even immortals would run out of lifespan. Currently, Ning Qi was immortal. Perhaps mortals had to experience their own birth, aging, sickness, and death, as well as the birth, age, and death of others. Ning Qi didn't feel the slightest bit sad about Chen Asin's death. Perhaps he already knew that Chen Asin would die one day. It was an inexplicable feeling. As a mortal, Big Brother Chen fought against the heavens for half a day, under equal conditions. How is he different from immortals? Immortals also use their own methods to fight against the heavens. This half a day's time isn't as cheap as the 10,000 years that immortals have, because this half a day made Big Brother Chen's life complete. Compared to the unwillingness of most immortals before they die, it's much higher. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. A faint sword intent that understood life and death enveloped Ning Qi. Chen Huan didn't notice it, and neither did the others in the morning hall. Among the 3,000 great Daos, was there a mortal Dao? Never. Since the heavens wouldn't give it to him, he would step out himself. At this moment, Ning Qi was an immortal and a demon, but he knew that he was still immortal with 7 emotions and 6 desires. The emotionless sword didn't destroy emotions but Dao. However, the word Dao was too disgraceful. It couldn't be said rashly. You finally know why the emotionless sword technique can annihilate immortals with the body of a mortal. It's because it can even annihilate Dao. A faint voice sounded in Ning Qi's mind. It was the silver dragon. But before the heavenly Dao, there were already mortals. Mortals were the first existences to appear in this world. Whether it was immortals or devils, they all had an irreversible relationship with the heavenly Dao. Only mortals had nothing to do with the heavenly Dao, forming 2 completely different worlds. The opposites of light, one strong and one weak, one black and one white, one yin and one yang. It is nothing more than this. I already know what mortals are, but what is the heavenly Dao? The heavenly Dao is like a dragon, controlling the rise and fall of the world. Slaughter it. Slaying dragons seems like I'm pretty good at it. 7 days later, Chen Asen was buried. Chen Huan gradually returned to her days as the silk shop's shopkeeper. She also often came to Ning Qi's shop to observe the swords that Ning Qi had forged using mortal means. These swords did not have any spiritual energy and looked very ordinary. Uncle Qi, it's time to eat. When it was time to eat, Chen Huan walked into the shop, picked up Chen Qi, and called out to Ning Qi. After Chen Asen left, Chen Huan knew that Ning Qi never cooked, so he let Ning Qi eat with them. He bluntly said that Ning Qi had no children and that he would be in charge of taking care of his old age and taking care of his funeral in the future. After 7 or 8 years, people began to privately discuss the people who had come to Bluestone Town over the years. This was because the appearance of these people had not changed in these 7 or 8 years. Even Chen Huan, who was at the 10th level of qi refinement, was slowly aging. However, these discussions were kept to themselves. Even if they had suspicions, they did not dare to voice it out in public. When people said that there were many more people in Liang City who did not age, the people of Bluestone Town felt that something big was about to happen. One day, when Ning Qi, Chen Huan, Xiaoqing, and Chen Shi were eating, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was like Zhang Chaozhong, but this figure was not him. It was Chen Huan's uncle, Yan Zhengfeng. Yan Zhengfeng was at least 70 years old, but now he seemed to be about the same age as Chen Huan. His arrival made Xiaoqing and Chen Shi a little frightened because Yan Zhengfeng was covered in blood. Ning Qi frowned and put down his chopsticks. Chen Huan quickly helped Yan Zhengfeng up and asked with a serious expression, "Uncle, what happened?" Liang City. Yan Zhengfeng pointed in the direction of Liang City and then fainted. His current cultivation level was only at the 7th level of qi refinement, far inferior to Chen Huan. Darling, who is he? Xiaoqing had probably never seen Yan Zhengfeng before, but when she heard Chen Huan address him as uncle, she had some guesses. It's my little uncle. All of my martial arts came from him. Chen Huan explained as he carried Yan Zhengfeng, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes that could not be erased. The next day, Yan Jingfeng's injuries had recovered with Chen Huan's help. He was currently having a serious conversation with Chen Huan. "Little Huan, I know that you've had some fortuitous encounters over the years, and your cultivation is now even stronger than mine. But the enemies your uncle has provoked this time are simply too terrifying. Listen to me. Take your wife and Chun-Shi with you and leave this place. They will definitely chase you all the way here. As for me, my injuries are too serious. I can't leave with you. Don't say anything more. Chan Huan was silent for a moment. I promised my father that I would guard this silk shop. Pedantic. Is your life more important or the shop? It's all my fault. I was delirious at the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here no matter what. Yan Jingfeng's expression was a little ugly. He had indeed been delirious yesterday, which was why he had subconsciously run to the silk shop. Now he was filled with regret. Uncle, don't worry. Perhaps your enemies haven't found you yet, Chen Huan said. At the same time, a figure appeared on the street. It was an old man with a gloomy expression. He slowly walked to the front of the silk shop. The corners of his mouth curled up as he softly said, Yan Jingfeng, after offending my clan's young master, where do you think you can escape to? Although the old man's voice was very soft, everyone on the street could hear it clearly. Many bewildered gazes instantly fell on the old man. Yan Jingfeng? As far as they knew, Chen Huan's name was not Yan Jingfeng. Could this old man have come to the wrong place? Or was Chen Huan's enemy outside? Chapter 2539. You're on good terms with the owner of the silk shop, but he seems to have offended someone he shouldn't have. Xing Qiu stood beside Ning Qi and said with a faint smile, the old man was a body integration cultivator. Compared to him, he was like an ant. However, compared to the two qi condensation cultivators inside, he was indeed someone he couldn't afford to offend. Ning Qi looked at the old man indifferently and glanced at Xing Qiu without saying a word. Inside the silk shop, Yan Jingfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He said to Chen Huan, they've caught up. I'm going out for a bit. Don't follow me. With that, Yan Jingfeng went straight out the door. When he walked out of the silk shop, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Come with me. The old man smiled. All right. Yan Jingfeng nodded. A trace of despair flashed in the depths of his eyes. He knew that he was going to die. At that moment, he happened to see two pairs of eyes looking at him. One of them was rather familiar. Yan Jingfeng took a glance and recognized Ning Qi. Back then, Ning Qi had looked much younger than him. Now he was an old man nearing his 70s. Yan Jingfeng smiled at Ning Qi without saying a word. You know him? Why don't you give me a sword? I can help you. Xing Qiu glanced at Ning Qi and chuckled. His voice was only audible to Ning Qi. Ning Qi calmly shook his head. Just as Yan Jingfeng was about to leave with the old man, the door to the silk shop suddenly opened. Chen Huan strode out with a majestic gait, a sword in his hand. Xiao Qing held Chun-Shi in her arms and looked unworriedly from behind. Seeing this, Ning Qi could not help but frown. Is that guy Chen Huan's relative? Chen Huan has really become a swordsman these years. When we were all very young, I already felt that Chen Huan had martial arts. Many Bluestone Town residents who had grown up with Chen Huan came to a sudden realization. What grudge do you have with my uncle? Must you fight to the death? Chen Huan asked in a deep voice. The old man stopped in his tracks. Yan Jingfeng turned around abruptly and berated Chen Huan. What does this have to do with you? Go back. Since you're out, don't leave. Follow me back to see Master. The old man chuckled and looked at Chen Huan. I wanted to spare your life, but you came out to die. Don't blame me. It's hard to say who will live and who will die. Chen Huan said solemnly. Is that so? The old man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and the surrounding immortals couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Huan was only at the qi condensation stage, so she had no chance of winning against a body integration cultivator. It was just like how this body integration cultivator faced off against them. It was enormous. In the next moment, the old man suddenly released his aura and swept towards Chen Huan like a mountain. In that instant, Chan Huan knew that the old man was indeed in existence that he could not afford to provoke. However, he did not retreat, because his wife and child were behind him. "Take the child away." Chan Huan growled and charged forward with her sword. When the old man's aura landed on Chan Huan felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a giant hammer. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. If not for the fact that he was holding his sword against the limestone floor, Chan Huan would not have been able to stand. "Daddy!" "Chin!" she cried out in alarm. Shao Qing hurried forward to support Chan Huan, the worry on her face deepening. "Hurry up and leave." Chan Huan said in a low voice, "If we leave together." Shao Qing shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. "Senior, this is my fault alone. Don't drag others into it. Let's go." Yan Zhengfeng looked at the old man with a pleading look in his eyes. The old man laughed sinisterly. "Now that you're anxious, why did you run back then?" When Yan Zhengfeng heard that, he knew that the old man would not let Chan Huan go. The despair in his eyes intensified. Just then Ning Qi coughed and walked out of the sword shop to Chan Huan's side. He smiled at the old man and cupped his hands. "Old sir, Shao Huan has nothing to do with this. Please let him go." Xing Qiu was taken aback and looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. This old man clearly knew that the other party was not an ordinary person. Why did he stick his nose into this matter? Was he tired of living? "Uncle Qi, this has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and return to the shop." Chan Huan's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. Ning Qi had watched him grow up. In his heart, Ning Qi's position might not be any lower than Chinason's. Naturally, he did not want to see Ning Qi die a horrible death because of him. "Fine." The old man sighed softly. Yan Zhengfeng, Chen Huan, and the rest perked up, thinking that the old man had been discovered out of kindness. However, the old man smiled and said, "Master only wants him. You don't have to bring him back. I'll send you on your way. When the time comes, we'll have a chance to meet again on the road to the netherworld." With that, a flying sword soared into the sky and sped toward Ning Qi and Chin Huan. Ning Qi looked at the flying sword indifferently. His expression did not change at all. Xing Qiu had no intention of helping. After all, Ning Qi was just an ordinary person. Moreover, he was courting death. Why should he help? The old man's flying sword was suddenly struck down by 2 bolts of lightning halfway through its journey. Everyone could see that the flying sword had already been split into 2 and had sunk deep into the ground. It had lost its immortal qi and was reduced to an ordinary sword. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. The surrounding people were also shocked by this turn of events. 2 figures appeared beside Ning Qi. They did not even look at Xing Qiu. Instead, they looked at Ning Qi with a sorrowful expression. "Master." The grown-up Bei Xiao and Bei Meng cupped their hands together. 20 years ago, when the 2 of them went missing, they were only in their teens. Now, they looked only 5 or 6 years older than they were back then. Bei Xiao looked to be in her early 20s, while Bei Meng looked to be 17 or 18. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were completely different from before. This was because they exuded the aura of a mortal immortal. "Master?" The old man looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng were obviously cultivators, and they were stronger than him. Could it be that he was hiding his strength when they called this old man master? Not only the old man, but even Xing Qiu and the other immortals who were watching the show were shocked. They looked at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng, then at Ning Qi, with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. A mortal immortal calling a mortal master? Had the world changed? "You're back." Ning Qi smiled. "Yes, we're back. We won't be leaving again. The 2 of us are here to send you off." Bei Xiao nodded. "Master, this old man tried to kill you just now. I'll take his head." Bei Meng was just like how she had asked Ning Qi for candy. However, this time, she wanted the head of a body integration cultivator. The old man reacted and quickly said, "I'm from the White-Bone sect." Before he could finish, his head had already rolled to the ground. Chapter 2540. In Ning Qi's courtyard. Ning Qi was sitting on a chair. Bei Shao was massaging his back while Bei Meng was massaging his legs. The two of them glanced at Ning Qi from time to time, trying to see if he was angry about their disappearance for the past 20 years. However, Ning Qi's expression was still the same. He was always smiling, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. The feeling of a spring breeze. The old man's head was now lying in a corner of the courtyard. Yan Zhengfeng and Chen Huan were sitting opposite Ning Qi. Yan Zhengfeng looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. He was trying to recall the scene when he first met Ning Qi. He was just an ordinary person. How could he have two such powerful disciples? Perhaps Bei Shao and Bei Meng's way of addressing Ning Qi had caused Yan Zhengfeng to misunderstand. They called Ning Qi master, but in reality it was just a simple form of address. Ning Qi had never taught them anything, not even swordsmithing. However, when Bei Shao wanted to see it, Ning Qi wouldn't refuse. "So you two are Bei Shao and Bei Meng. Before my father left, he said that you two would definitely come back. I didn't expect that you two would save us as soon as you came back." Qin Huan sighed and then felt a little ashamed. Qin Asen had left and almost killed Ning Qi when he came back. Compared to Bei Shao and Bei Meng, it was really embarrassing. "You are Uncle Chen's son, Qin Huan?" Bei Meng asked curiously. "Yes." Qin Huan nodded. "Uncle Qin is a good person. It's a pity that if we came back earlier, Uncle Chen might have." Bei Meng sighed softly. "Life and death are decreed by fate," Ning Qi said calmly. Bei Shao nodded subconsciously. She suddenly realized that although Ning Qi was just a mortal, he was sometimes even more indifferent than an immortal. Brother-in-law has lived for more than 80 years. It's enough. Speaking of which, today's incident is all because of me. Yan Zhengfeng smiled bitterly. "Uncle, we are a family." Chen Huan looked at Yan Zhengfeng and said seriously, "I don't know what has happened in these past few years, but there are so many mysterious experts in Liang City. This time, I only argued with someone for a while, but I ended up attracting such a fatal disaster. The old man who attacked today is merely a servant of my enemy. Perhaps I can't stay in this land for long." Yan Zhengfeng sighed. "There are also many people in Bluestone Town." Qin Huan nodded. Bei Shao and Bei Meng looked at each other, and Bei Meng suddenly said to Ning Qi with a smile, "Master, we've come back to take care of you. Why don't you pack your things and come with us? We know a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. It's very suitable for you. I've stayed in Bluestone Town for many years. I don't want to leave." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. With me and Big Brother here, no one can bully you." Bei Meng nodded. May I know who you are?" Yan Zhengfeng suddenly cupped his hands towards the two of them, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Bei Shao glanced at Yan Zhengfeng indifferently. "Your enemy has a powerful background. You might be able to escape if you leave this place now." After that, no matter how Yan Zhengfeng asked, Bei Shao did not speak. She just focused on massaging Yan Zhengfeng's back like before. Seeing this, Yan Zhengfeng smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to lose his temper. He cupped his hands towards Ning Qi and left. Qin Huan looked at Ning Qi and then at Bei Shao and Bei Meng. When he was about to leave, Ning Qi suddenly said, "The night your father left, he asked me to take good care of you. Shao Huan, if you need anything, come and knock on the door." "Thank you, Uncle Qi." Chen Huan cupped her hands solemnly. Yan Zhengfeng didn't leave as Bei Shao had suggested. Perhaps Chen Huan had persuaded him, or perhaps he wanted to stay in Bluestone Town and think that Bei Shao and Bei Meng would help him for Ning Qi's sake. He thought that staying here would be safer. Ever since Bei Meng took the old man's head, a few strangers came to Bluestone Town from Liang City. They wandered around the sword shop for a while and then left. Nothing happened for a long time after that, and Yan Jingfeng's enemy did not show up again. It seemed that things had passed just like that. Many people in Bluestone Town were talking about it enthusiastically. They all said that the two beggars that Boss Ning had saved had become immortals. Otherwise, how could they have beheaded someone with a flying sword? Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another 7 or 8 years had passed. In these 7 or 8 years, Bei Xiao and Bei Meng did not look old at all, which made the people of Bluestone Town even more certain of their identities. Many old people in Bluestone Town regretted their decision. If they had known this would happen, they would have married their daughters to Bei Xiao. Now, they did not dare to rashly propose marriage. Ning Qi no longer forged swords. Just like Qin Asin, he would sit in front of the shop and watch the passers-by with a smile. Occasionally, he would visit other shops. As for the sword forging, he handed it over to Bei Xiao. Just like before, he would sell one sword every 6 months. The business of the sword shop became better. Unknowingly, it became better again. Every 6 months, there would be hundreds of people coming to the sword shop to buy swords. The people of Bluestone Town said that Bei Xiao was better than her master. In fact, most of the people who bought the sword were above the Qi refinement realm. None of them were ordinary people. After they heard that Bei Xiao and Bei Meng were human immortals, they naturally hoped to buy a sword personally made by a human immortal. Grandpa Qi, Qin, she ran into the shop from the silk shop across the street. Qin Huan had been back for about 15 to 16 years. Qin, she had also turned from a milk boy into a strong and energetic young man. However, Ning Qi could not see any signs of cultivation from him. Qin Huan did not teach Qin Shi how to cultivate. Xiaoxi, why aren't you helping your father in the shop? What are you doing here? Ning Qi sat in a rocking chair and chuckled. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he was already in his 80s. My father can handle everything by himself, so I came to see if Grandpa Qi needs my help with anything. Chen, she said with a grin. Qin, she said with a grin. His eyes scanned the interior of the store as though he was looking for something. Very quickly, when he saw Bei Meng come out, his face flushed red. He said in a reserved manner, Aunt Bei Meng. Bei Meng looked about the same age as Qin Shi, but Qin Shi knew that she was already in her 40s. This was something that Chen Huan had specifically instructed him to do, as she was afraid that Qin Shi would spout nonsense and offend her. Xiaoxi, why aren't you helping your father in the shop? What are you doing here? Bei Meng said, subconsciously. Chen, she felt a little helpless. Why did Aunt Bei Meng say the same thing as Grandpa Qi? He could only run back into the silk shop, looking back repeatedly. Although a young man was trying his best to hide his thoughts, who could see them? At this moment, a group of immortals walked past the door. When Bei Meng saw them, she could not help but frown. She muttered to herself, "The world is getting more and more chaotic." Yeah, Ning Qi nodded calmly. Chapter 2541. Fire Stream Dynasty, Liang City. Master, Eagle Slave is dead. I have investigated and found out that the ones who killed Eagle Slave were 2 human immortals. I don't know how high their cultivation levels are for now. However, the 2 human immortals seem to have a good relationship with an old mortal man. It was because of that old man that they killed Eagle Slave. A middle-aged man stood respectfully in front of a young man and explained in a low voice the relationship between Ning Qi, Qin Huan, and Bei Xiao in detail. The young man was expressionless as he sat on the main seat. After listening, he said indifferently, "Investigate the old man's background and see if he's an expert hiding in Bluestone Town." After all, the Origin Luo patriarch of the Yixian sect said that there's a 70 to 80% chance that the second tomb of the god of sin will appear nearby. If the old man's background is extraordinary, let's forget about this matter. The tomb of the god of sin is more important now, and we can't afford to cause trouble. The death of a cultivator at the form synthesis stage is nothing to me. Yes, young master. A few days later, there were a dozen new faces in Bluestone Town. However, to the people of Bluestone Town, the dozen or so people were inconspicuous at all. Time flew by. For the mortals of Bluestone Town, the past 10 to 20 years had been pretty good. After all, the population of Bluestone Town had increased, and it appeared to be unusually prosperous. Many of the originally well-off families had been moving closer to the path of great wealth as their businesses grew. These people who later settled in Bluestone Town were extremely generous. Sometimes they would throw away 100 taels of silver for a meal that only cost 1 tael of silver. Therefore, the people of Bluestone Town gradually stopped thinking about the origins of these people. For Ning Chi, he had sent away another group of acquaintances in the past 10 or 20 years. These acquaintances were people he had known since he came to Bluestone Town. In addition, even people of Chen Huan's generation began to die of old age. Unknowingly, Ning Chi had been in Bluestone Town for more than 90 years. Chen Huan was also over 80 years old, but because of his cultivation, he looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. Xiaoqing looked much older than Qin Huan, and Qin Huan's son, Qin Shi, had married and had children in Bluestone Town. He had given birth to a plump baby, and when he was young, his heart was filled with love. He didn't know when he had forgotten about the little things in his youth. Grandpa Chi, I heard from Dad that your 100th birthday will be in 3 years. Qin, she carried his child and brought his wife into the shop. The sound of Bei Xiao hammering could be heard from the back of the shop. Bei Meng, who looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old, was massaging Ning Chi's shoulders. The people of Bluestone Town were already used to this. After all, Bei Xiao and Bei Meng had already shown that they weren't ordinary people when they first returned. Qin, Shi's wife, looked at Bei Meng with a hint of unhappiness in her eyes. As a woman, she had a strong intuition. Even though Qin Shi kept addressing Bei Meng as auntie, she could tell that deep within Qin Shi's eyes there was an unknown emotion. So fast! Ning Chi was slightly stunned. In the past 80 years, apart from the time when Zhang Chaozhong had killed 2 people, Ning Chi had never made a move again. His life had been very peaceful. He did not expect that, in the blink of an eye, he would stay in Bluestone Town for so long. Back then, Ning Chi had been running around everywhere and had never stayed in the same place. Apart from secluded cultivation, he had stayed there for so long, so fast. Qin, she laughed bitterly. With a pause, he looked at Bei Meng and said respectfully, Auntie Bei Meng, my father plans to hold a celebration for Grandpa Chi's 100th birthday. Master, what do you say? Bei Meng looked at Ning Chi with a smile. Let's do it. Ning Chi smiled. All right. Over the next few years, Qin, she seemed to be preparing for Ning Chi's 100th birthday. Chen Huan's idea was that Ning Chi's 100th birthday had to be grand and beautiful, so Qin Shi invited everyone he could. The people of Bluestone Town, as well as those who came to settle down in Bluestone Town, were all sent invitations. With the wedding invitation, those who were willing to come would have hot food and hot wine to eat. With the amount of money that the silk shop had earned over the years, it was not enough to hold a 100th birthday. But Chen Huan seemed to have a small treasury that never lacked money. On the day of Ning Chi's 100th birthday, Bluestone Town's largest empty plot of land was filled with more than 1,000 tables. Based on the calculation of 10 people per table, Chen Huan had invited at least 10,000 people. With a table costing 30 taels of silver, that was 300,000 taels of silver. Qin, Shi's wife, seemed to be surprised that Chen Huan had so much money. She was also surprised that Chen Huan had taken out so much money to hold Ning Chi's birthday in a fit of pique. If not for Bei Xiao and Bei Meng, which made her a little wary, she would not have been in a good mood even when facing Ning Chi. On this day, Bluestone Town was bustling with noise and excitement. When the passing merchants saw this, they could not help but stop in their tracks and ask in private who the birthday party was. It was such a grand occasion. I heard that the owner of the silk shop, Qin Huan, is holding a birthday party for the owner of the sword shop, Boss Ning. Their families have been friends for generations. Boss Ning came to Bluestone Town in his teens and stayed there for more than 80 years. He's even older than my father. The owner of the silk shop? Oh, that's it. But it's just a silk shop. How can they hold such a big birthday party? I'm guessing they've invited at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000? How much money must they have spent? You definitely don't know what happened in the past. Ignoring the background of the silk shop's owner, Chun Huan, this Boss Ning is no ordinary person. Oh, what do you mean? Do you know Zhang Chaozhong? I've heard of him. He's one of the 4 great experts several decades ago. That's right. Then do you know that Zhang Chaozhong bought a sword from Boss Ning and is an old friend of his? There's such a thing. There's actually someone in this small place who is an old friend of one of the Fire Stream dynasty's 4 great experts. Zhang Chaozhong? It's been too long and many people have forgotten about it. But it's absolutely true. Although I was young back then, I saw the heavenly sword Zhang Chaozhong with my own eyes. When the passing merchants saw that the people of Bluestone Town were so honest, and then saw the extravagance Chun Huan had put on for Ning Chi, they gradually came to believe that Ning Chi was a master swordsmith. They could not help but think of staying behind to join in the fun. When they mentioned this idea, the people of Bluestone Town were overjoyed. Stay and eat. Chun Huan said that anyone can come and eat today. Chapter 2542. Mortals are already this happy after living to 100 years old. TSK Hisk. An earth immortal chuckled. This table was full of earth immortals, including Xing Qiu. For mortals, 100 years is our era. How can they not be happy? Xing Qiu smiled. I wonder why those 2 would want to send off a mortal. Isn't that a waste of their cultivation time? Someone glanced at the main table. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng were standing behind Ning Chi, smiling. Chun Huan's family and some older people from Bluestone Town who were not that much younger than Ning Chi were sitting at this table. I know about this. I heard that those 2 were just little beggars who were saved by this Boss Ning. They disappeared for decades and returned to Bluestone Town. They're already human immortals. Xing Qiu said. The earth immortals at this table couldn't help but be surprised. Little beggars? Human immortals in decades? Looks like their sect isn't simple either. Could they be from the outside world? Otherwise, even the Yuqing sect wouldn't be able to turn mortals into human immortals in just a few decades on our ancestral planet, right? Someone said in surprise. The way everyone looked at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng changed. The fact that they were in Bluestone Town meant that their sect wasn't that powerful. Although Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, their background was probably something they couldn't afford to offend. Halfway through the birthday banquet, Ning Chi stood up and said a few words before handing the topic over to Chun Huan. Chun Huan shared some interesting stories from her childhood, as well as anecdotes from Bluestone Town. Some of them even made Chi's wife laugh. Before this, she did not have a good expression on her face, because in her opinion, the money spent was her own. Wasn't Chun Huan's money Chi's? Wasn't Chi's money Chi's? Many of the Bluestone Town elders heard Chun Huan's story, and their thoughts seemed to drift back to the past. Some of them were childhood friends with Chun Huan, but because Chun Huan had left home for so many years, they became unfamiliar with each other. Hearing Chun Huan's story today, they realized that Chun Huan had not forgotten all those things. His eyes reddened involuntarily. After Chun Huan finished, she wanted Ning Chi to say a few more words, but 2 figures descended from the sky one after another and landed beside the main table. When the people of Bluestone Town and the passing merchants saw this, they knew that these 2 people were definitely immortals. They could not help but look slightly excited. Could it be that even the immortals had come to congratulate him? The passing merchants couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Boss Ning was indeed extraordinary. Celestial immortal, the immortals' expressions turned grave. The noisy scene fell silent for a moment. Among the immortals in Bluestone Town, The highest cultivation level was only at the Earth Immortal realm. All the Heaven Immortals lived in Liang City. Therefore, when they saw 2 Heaven Immortals here today, they were naturally shocked. No one noticed that Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's expressions changed slightly when they saw the 2 of them. A trace of worry flashed across their eyes. You 2 are. Chen Huan glanced at Yan Jingfeng and saw that her uncle was signaling her not to speak. However, Chen Huan still couldn't help but take a step forward. Today was Ning Qi's 100th birthday. He didn't want anything to affect the day. The 2 Heaven Immortals glanced at Chen Huan indifferently, then looked around with a trace of disdain in their eyes. Finally, their gazes fell on Bei Xiao and Bei Meng. Little junior brother, little junior sister, when you escaped from the mountain gate that day, Master asked me to bring you back. I didn't expect you to hang out with these guys. Let's not talk about this for now. Follow me back to the mountain and apologize to Master. The extraordinarily handsome young man said indifferently. The other woman, who looked like a perfect match with him, had no intention of speaking. Her expression was rather cold. As soon as they said that, everyone knew that these 2 immortals were not here to celebrate Ning Qi's birthday. Instead, they were here for Bei Xiao and Bei Meng. Little junior brother, little junior sister? Escaped from the mountain gate? Even the people of Bluestone Town could somewhat guess why Bei Xiao and Bei Meng would suddenly appear after disappearing for decades. Chun Huan and Yan Zhengfeng looked at each other and decided not to speak. After all, this was Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's private matter. Eldest senior brother, second senior sister, we can't go back. Bei Xiao said calmly. Senior brother, senior sister, please tell Master to give us another 10 years. We will definitely go back. Bei Meng glanced at Ning Qi and cupped her hands at the 2. 10 years. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Qi. Then he sneered. When I heard that 2 human immortals were going to send off a mortal, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. I wonder what's the relationship between this old man and little junior sister and little junior brother? Ning Qi looked at him indifferently and realized that Bei Xiao's hand on his shoulder seemed to have tightened. Eldest senior brother, please be more polite. My sister and I were raised by Master. He had no one to rely on, so we naturally had to send him off. It's only been a few decades. I don't think Master will blame us. Eldest senior brother, are you trying to take the opportunity to make things difficult for us? Bei Xiao's tone turned cold. The young man's expression changed slightly, as if he didn't expect Bei Xiao to say that to him. However, it seemed that Bei Xiao was right. A few decades was nothing to an immortal. After they returned, they would at most face the wall for a few days. However, he couldn't bear to see his master treat these 2 insignificant people especially well. Even the elixir that he coveted for a long time was given to them. As if Bei Xiao had seen through his thoughts, the young man was temporarily speechless. At that moment, another group of people walked into the birthday banquet. It's so lively. Among the group, a young man sighed with a faint smile. Yan Jingfeng's body tensed up when he saw the young man. The young man's gaze swept across the 2 sky immortals and finally landed on Bei Xiao and Bei Meng. Were you the ones who killed my eagle slaves? Another enemy? The people of Bluestone Town, the passing merchants, and the immortals who came to experience the aura of the mortal world were all somewhat surprised. They didn't expect so many things to happen at a small birthday banquet. Uncle, they are. Chan Huan looked at Yan Zhengfeng. Yan Zhengfeng nodded with difficulty. He didn't expect that after so many years, they still hadn't forgotten about it and would choose to come today. This is interesting. Xing Qiu's lips curled up. I killed them, Bei Meng said indifferently. Chapter 2543. Another heavenly immortal. The immortals at the scene could not help but be shocked. Someone from the Whitebone sect of the Juku province. A hint of wariness flashed in the eyes of Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister. The Whitebone sect was a first-rate sect of the Juku province and had an upper sect as well, making it a first-rate sect on the homeworld that was not much different from the Mystic Sword sect. Before Bei Xiao and Bei Meng could say anything, their eldest senior brother smiled and said, "The Wind and Cloud sect will naturally not interfere with the affairs of your Whitebone sect." "Oh, so you too are cultivators of the Wind and Cloud sect. I am Ruajin of the Whitebone sect. May I know which Grand Luo of the Wind and Cloud sect is your master?" The young man cupped his fists and smiled as if he had only just noticed them. The Wind and Cloud sect? Xing Qiu and the others came to a sudden realization, but they were puzzled. While the Wind and Cloud sect was a first-rate sect on the homeworld and had considerable influence in Yingzhou, how could they raise two mortals to human immortals in just a few decades? Unless those two mortals were not mortals in the first place. "Our master's name is Lung Yuan." The two looked at each other and spoke. The young man mentioned Grand Luo right off the bat, which meant that he was likely a personal disciple of a Grand Luo in the Whitebone sect, which meant that his status was much higher than theirs. "Ling Yuan? I remember now, so it's him." Ruajin nodded with a faint smile. At the same time, Ningqi looked at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng with slightly cloudy eyes. He did not expect them to be Lung Yuan's disciples. "Since they are also senior Lung Yuan's disciples, I will let bygones be bygones. Today, I will just take their lives." Rua Zhen also reached out and pointed at Yan Jingfeng. Following that, his finger paused in midair before pointing at Chen Huan and her husband, Qin Shi's family of three, and Ningqi. "As you wish." Bei Xiao's eldest senior brother nodded and moved, suppressing Bei Xiao and Bei Meng at the same time. The two did not move and were dragged to his side like puppets. Only a hint of anxiety could be seen in their eyes. "If you want to kill someone, then kill me. Boss Ning is already old and doesn't have many years left to live. My nephew has nothing to do with that incident." Yan Zhengfeng knew that he would definitely die today. Adding on the fact that he had lived for a few more decades, he had accepted it. He calmly stood up and looked at Rua Zhini without fear. Chen Shi's wife was scared silly. "Husband, why do they want to kill us?" She tugged at Chen Shi's sleeve with a look of horror in her eyes. "Don't speak." Chen Shi's expression was solemn as he looked at his father. He knew that his father was skilled in martial arts, but the person who came today was clearly stronger. He did not know how the situation would develop, but he could only wait and see. I will definitely kill you. I originally thought that this old man had some ultimate skills, but it turns out that he only saved 2 disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect. That's why they were so willing to send him off in his old age, allowing you to live for a few more decades. But after all these years, the anger in my heart still hasn't dissipated. A few lives have been saved. Ruajini said with a smile. He had been extremely cautious. As a true disciple of the Whitebone sect, he had waited for a few decades to fully investigate Ning Qi's background before choosing to make his move today. He was 100% sure that Ning Qi was just a mortal. There was a reason why Bei Xiao and Bei Meng were by his side. As soon as Ruajin finished speaking, he waved his hand. The people he brought with him were all Earth immortals. One of them strode toward Yan Jingfeng and reached out to grab his head. "Uncle!" Chen Huan roared, his eyes wide like a tiger's. Although he was already 80 years old, his roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. "Don't do it!" Yan Zhengfeng shook his head at Chen Huan. If Chen Huan did not make a move, he might have a chance to live. But if he made a move, he would have no chance at all. Yan Zhengfeng looked at the earth immortal calmly and prepared himself for death. Sigh, Ningqi sighed and stood up slowly. The earth immortal's eyes flickered. He retracted his arm that was about to land on Yan Jingfeng's head and looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's eyes were filled with anxiety, but their eldest senior brother had suppressed their cultivation, so they did not even have the ability to speak. They could only stare anxiously at Ningqi. "Boss Ning, they are mortals. They are unreasonable. You don't have to plead for me. Yan Zhengfeng looked at Ning Qi and shook his head. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't really think highly of Ning Qi, because Ning Qi was just a mortal and he was a cultivator. However, Ning Qi, a mortal, had an ancient heart. Because of him, Ning Qi's 100th birthday banquet could not end properly. He might even die today. Yan Zhengfeng felt a little sad. Boss Ning, let the immortals deal with the immortals. Several old men at the same table tried to persuade him. They looked worried. Bei Xiao's eldest senior brother looked at Bei Xiao with a faint smile. He found that Bei Xiao was looking at him with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up. Uncle Qi. Chen Huan hurried forward to support Ning Qi. The reason is on the sword. It's useless to talk about it. Ning Qi smiled and waved in the direction of the sword shop. Come, swords. Everyone looked puzzled, especially the immortals. A mortal suddenly shouted for swords. What was going on? Was he getting old and muddle-headed? Boom! A loud noise came from afar. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw dozens of swords flying through the air and hovering in front of Ning Qi. Chun Huan and his wife, Qin Shi's family of 3, Yan Zhengfeng, Bei Xiao, and Bei Meng were all dumbfounded. Even the people of Bluestone Town were shocked. The immortals present were taken aback and immediately scanned Ning Qi with their divine perception several times. He's immortal. He's not a cultivator or an immortal. What's going on? Ning Qi did not have any immortal qi on him. He looked just like an ordinary old man. But now, dozens of swords were floating in front of him. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Ruo Zhan's expression changed slightly, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. The way he looked at Ning Qi had already undergone a huge change, and he took a small step back, preparing to flee at any time. This boss Ning is really surprising. Xingqiu opened his mouth and looked at Ning Qi with a strange look. Ning Qi glanced at the swords in front of him and picked one at random. Then, the rest of the swords fell and sank into the ground. Kill him! Ruo Zhan suddenly shouted in a low voice. The Earth Immortal's body suddenly erupted with a vast amount of immortal qi. Ning Qi lifted the sword in his hand and put it down. Following that, the immortal qi on the Earth Immortal's body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. A thin line of blood appeared on his forehead. Then his body tilted and fell to the ground with a thud. There was no sign of life in his body. He was dead. Chapter 2544. Senior Brother Zhang? The Earth Immortal standing behind Ruo Zhan cried out in alarm and looked at Ning Qi in shock and anger. As for the great senior brother who had restrained Bei Xiao and Bei Meng, his expression changed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could Uncle Qi? Chan Huan stared at Ning Qi. She was shocked. In her mind, Ning Qi had always been an ordinary person. But now, she had just witnessed Ning Qi kill the immortal with one strike. Chun Huan was also very familiar with this move. When she was young, she had seen Ning Qi practicing swordsmanship. He had practiced this move. How is this possible? Yan Zhengfeng gasped. He looked at Ning Qi, then at the corpse on the ground. He couldn't believe it. Master is such a powerful cultivator. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng were shocked by the scene. Their initial worries had been thrown to the back of their minds and were replaced with endless doubts. Did Boss Ning just kill an immortal? Oh my God, is Boss Ning also an immortal? No wonder Bei Xiao and Bei Meng are immortals. Boss Ning is an immortal. The people of Greenstone Town looked at Ning Qi excitedly. He was different from other immortals. Ning Qi had stayed in Greenstone Town for more than 80 years. They were very familiar with this place. Now that this familiar person had become an immortal, they were naturally excited. The businessmen who passed by felt that they had made a wise decision to stay. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen such a wonderful scene today. Xingqiu, you've been very close to Boss Ning. You must have known that he was hiding his strength, right? Judging from his skills. He is at least a perfected Earth immortal. Would you believe me if I told you that I really didn't know? Xing Qiu smiled bitterly. He really didn't know. Even though he had his suspicions, he couldn't see any trace of cultivation on Ning Qi. Xing Qiu looked at Ning Qi and couldn't help but curse in his mind. Who are you? Ruo Zhen asked coldly. After investigating for decades, he still made a mistake. He already had the thought of killing all those spies, but he had to solve the problem. Since he had already offended Ning Qi, Ruo Zhen didn't want to let it go. A mortal. Ning Qi smiled. Take him down, Ruo Zhen said decisively. Clearly, the other party had no intention of revealing his identity. The Earth Immortals brought by Ruo Zhen this time were all geniuses. With a dozen of them working together, even an early-stage Sky Immortal might stand a chance. However, after receiving Ruo Zhen's order, they saw Ning Qi raise his hand before they could make a move. Pu. More than a dozen figures fell to the ground at the same time, without any signs of life. In the blink of an eye, Ruo Zhen was the only one left standing beside him. From the start to the end, none of the immortals present had seen it clearly. This included Ruo Zhen and the two Sky Immortals from the Wind and Cloud sect. Ruo Zhen took 2 steps back, and his eyes finally couldn't restrain from revealing a trace of terror. He was a heavenly immortal himself, so he naturally knew what sort of ability was required to annihilate these 10+ earthly immortal realm geniuses. Even if he made a move himself, it would be absolutely impossible for him to accomplish it so silently like Ning Qi, and even he wasn't able to see it clearly. Feng made his move. The long sword in Ning Qi's hand was bright and flawless, without a trace of blood. But apart from that, there was nothing special about it. It wasn't even the lowest grade Dharma treasure. It was just an ordinary long sword. But it was this ordinary long sword that made all the immortals present shudder in fear. Xing Qiu and the rest could no longer remain seated. They all stood up and looked at Ning Qi. Call for help. Ning Qi smiled, turned around and returned to his seat. Seeing this, Yan Jingfeng immediately took a few steps back and sat back in his original position. There was still a trace of disbelief in his heart. It was as if he was dreaming. The guy he looked down on back then had changed into such a terrifying existence in a flash. Call for help. Ruo Zhen was slightly taken aback. Your elders should be in Liang City, right? Call them over. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Ruo Zhen's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to use himself to test the strength of Ning Qi's sword. Since Ning Qi had given him the opportunity to call for help, he would definitely not let it go. Soon, a flying sword broke through the sky and sped towards Liang City. Ning Qi smiled, and his gaze fell on Bei Zhao's eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister. The two were slightly taken aback and immediately retracted the immortal qi that was suppressing Bei Xiao and eldest senior sister. Master! Bei Xiao and Bei Meng quickly ran to Ning Qi's side. However, the way they looked at Ning Qi was also very strange. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw this. Even the two closest to Ning Qi didn't know that he had such a skill. Wasn't he hiding it a little too well? Master, you've kept us in the dark for so long. Bei Meng pouted. Hee back massage. Let's talk about it later. Ning Qi smiled. Bei Meng and eldest senior sister immediately went forward to massage Ning Qi's back and legs. Xing Qiu and the rest, who thought it was extremely strange when they saw human immortals massage mortals' backs and legs, now felt that it was extremely normal. Senior, please forgive me if I offended you earlier. The two's eldest senior brother stepped forward and cupped his hands. Has your master arrived at Liang City? Ning Qi suddenly asked. He's here. The eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister were slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. Oh, I haven't seen him for a long time. Let's call him over to catch up. Ning Qi said calmly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. including Ruozhen, because the person Ning Qi called was a golden immortal from the Wind and Cloud sect. Didn't that mean that Ning Qi's status was at least on the same level as a golden immortal? Bei Zhao's eldest senior brother's expression became even more respectful. Just like Ruozhen, he also released a messenger flying sword and flew towards Liang City. After doing all that, Bei Zhao's eldest senior brother asked tentatively, "May I know your name?" "Senior." Ning Qi looked at him indifferently and smiled at Bei Meng. "Why are you so light? Did you not eat your fill just now?" Seeing this, Bei Meng immediately increased her strength. She was even more certain that Ning Qi was no ordinary human, because the strength she was using was enough to kill a cow. However, Ning Qi still seemed to be disdainful. Bei Zhao's eldest senior brother turned around awkwardly when he saw that Ning Qi was ignoring him. However, he was really angry in his heart. "Everyone, the birthday banquet is not over yet. Let's eat or the dishes will get cold." Chapter 2545 Fiery Stream Dynasty. Liang City. Liang City was originally an inconspicuous place among the thousands of small cities in the Fiery Stream Dynasty. However, over the past few decades, Liang City had seen a large influx of new faces. Compared to the original population of 1 million, the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of people had caused a ripple in Liang City. After decades of observation, the commoners of Liang City had concluded that the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of people was definitely not simple. Although the immortals had a tacit understanding not to disturb the lives of the mortals, the first-rate sects of the 10 prefectures were all gathered in the small Liang City. Moreover, they were all proud geniuses. Moreover, there were geniuses from the outside world, so it was inevitable that there would be some friction. Although they were very careful and controlled their movements to a minimum, some mortals would still see them. When the news spread, apart from the local residents of Liang City, many mortals came because of the fame, wanting to be apprenticed to immortality. There were quite a few who succeeded, but there were even more who were rejected. Those who were rejected were not discouraged, and stayed in Liang City for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to move these immortals with their sincerity. As a result, the population of Liang City once again increased explosively. A small courtyard that could only be sold for 100 taels of silver would be embarrassed to sell for less than 2,000 taels of silver in Liang City. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people coming. Inner City. This place was originally the residence of Liang City's high-ranking officials and nobles. However, these high-ranking officials and nobles had already moved to the outer city. Apart from being able to stroll around the inner city during the day, the mortals would basically leave the inner city at night, not daring to stay for long. After all, there was a difference between immortals and mortals. A flying sword pierced through the air and landed in a luxurious courtyard in the inner city. The mortals were already used to the scene. After all, the immortals had lived in Liang City for decades, and they more or less knew some things related to the immortals. "Is that the Chun estate?" "Sure, it's where the White-Bone sect is." "I heard that the White-Bone sect is quite ruthless among the immortal sections." The people of the Chun estate were unwilling to leave, and more than 30 of them died in one night. That was why they were so terrified and moved to another place. 2 passers-by whispered to each other before leaving quickly. The inner city still allowed mortals to enter, but they did not dare to live there. In the courtyard, a pale-faced, middle-aged man gently put down his teacup. In front of him sat more than 10 existences with auras similar to his. "Do you believe the words of that Grand Luo from the Mystic sect? After so many years, there's still no movement from this place." An old man in a crimson robe said calmly, "He's also in Liang City. I think this is believable. After all, it's the Yixian sect. This sect is mysterious and unfathomable. It's said that whenever something big happens in the immortal realm, there will be traces of this sect. Since even the Yixian sect has sent a Grand Luo here, this second divine tomb might be hiding something extraordinary. If that's the case, Why didn't the sect leader of the Yixian sect come personally? Haha. Could it be that you've forgotten about the matter with Jiang Feng? Although we didn't make it in time that day, we were certain that our ancestral star is far from being a level 6 planet. Apart from the profound immortal, Patriarch Yuqing, there's also a terrifying existence that can kill a primordial unity true immortal with a single sword strike. Sect leader, would he dare to come? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone went silent. As Grand Luo, they should know everything that happened on the ancestral star like the back of their hands, but they had no impression of that old man's identity at all. Even Grand Luo would feel a chill when they thought about how there was a terrifying champion who had been watching their every move nonchalantly for so many years. That might be a good thing. If those primordial unity true immortals could enter our ancestral star at will, the emergence of the divine tomb would have nothing to do with us. The pale-faced, middle-aged man broke the silence and said calmly, "White Bones, I heard that you have some contact with the Jiang family of the Central Empire. Is the rumor true? Has the Jiang family been wiped out?" The crimson-robed old man asked again. Everyone turned to look at the pale-faced, middle-aged man, waiting for his answer. The middle-aged man, called White Bones, shot the old man a glance and said, "Yes, they've been wiped out. It was the Jade Clear Ancestor's doing." The Jade Clear Ancestor is really ruthless. It was just a fight between disciples. Did he really have to go this far? Someone could not help but mutter. That was when a flying sword streaked through the air. White Bones frowned slightly and beckoned with his hand, and the flying sword landed in front of him. It's the White Bones sect's distress flying sword. The crimson-robed old man smiled. Did your disciple get into a fight with another sect's prodigy? I'm not trying to criticize you, but the prodigies of your White Bones sect are too bloodthirsty and sometimes attract too many disasters. That's right. Back then, you could have gotten this mansion by talking nicely. Why did you have to kill more than 30 people? The crimson-robed old man smiled and shook his head. Don't bother with the White Bones sex matters. White Bones snorted coldly and rose as if he had noticed something from the flying sword. I'll be back soon. With that, White Bones took to the air and flew towards Bluestone Town. Could it be related to the divine tomb? Everyone looked at each other. In the next instant, the crimson-robed old man was the first to move and chase after White Bones, with the other Grand Luo following suit. Those Grand Luo were the ancestors of first-rate sects in the Juku province. They were on friendly terms, which was why they had gathered here for a chat. The movements of White Bones and the others did not escape the notice of the other Grand Luo in Liang City, and White Bones had no intention of hiding its tracks either. That was why the other Grand Luo moved at the same time, chasing after White Bones. They were very curious as to what matter White Bones had to deal with personally. If it really was that flying sword, they had already seen it in their eyes. In another small courtyard. Ancestor, could it be related to the divine tomb? A group of white-robed men and women stood before an old man and cupped their fists. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and he wore plain green clothes. He counted with his fingers and smiled. It's not the divine tomb, but the signs are a little weird. Let's go take a look. Profound sword, White Bones is moving. I see it. Let's go take a look. Should we bring the disciples? Bring them all. We can enter the divine tomb as soon as it appears. Lang Yuan, that flying sword belongs to your first disciple, right? Did they find your 2 youngest disciples? The Wind and Cloud sect's ancestor looked at Lang Yuan with a faint smile in a rather remote courtyard in the inner city. Yes, they did. Lang Yuan nodded with an odd expression. Where? The Wind and Cloud sect's ancestor smiled. Chapter 2546. Bluestone Town. Although there were more than a dozen Earth immortal corpses lying on the ground, the crowd gradually calmed down when they saw that Ning Qi did not seem to mind at all. Grandpa Qi, please eat. Qin, Xi's wife, eagerly placed food in Ning Qi's bowl. Her anger at Chun Huan for spending 300,000 taels of silver on Ning Qi's birthday banquet had long since dissipated. Seeing Ning Qi kill more than a dozen immortals with a few simple slashes, she did not dare to be angry. Instead, she blamed Qin Huan and Qin Shi. She should have been informed beforehand. But little did she know that even Qin Huan had a strange look on her face. All right. Ning Qi smiled as he ate the food that Qin Shi's wife had placed in his bowl. He said earnestly, "You and Qin Shi have to get along well in the future. I've watched Qin Shi grow up, and I know he has a good character. Grandpa Qin Shi and I are very good." Qin Shi's wife said sheepishly. Deep down, she knew that everyone had seen the way she and Qin Shi were bickering. Qin Shi looked a little agitated. Chun Huan and the others had countless questions, but Bei Meng's question had been blocked by Ning Qi. They naturally knew that Ning Qi would not say anything if they asked. Bei Zhao's two eldest senior brothers and eldest senior sister stood face to face with Ruo Zhen. They felt really awkward, but Ning Qi did not say anything. They could not leave or sit, so they could only stand in the middle of the crowd. Just then, Ning Qi suddenly stood up. The three of them were slightly startled. Ning Qi raised a glass of wine with a smile and said to the crowd, "This birthday banquet was organized by my nephew, Qin Huan. I don't have anything to offer, so I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. It's to thank all of you for giving me the honor to come and enjoy this banquet." The elderly of Bluestone Town stood up one by one. The merchants did not dare to remain seated. Even Xing Qiu and the other immortals who had come to join in the fun raised their glasses of wine and faced Ning Qi. They felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. They could not wait to find out about Ning Qi's origins. When the experts from the White Bones sect arrived, they would be able to unravel the mystery, right? After drinking a cup of wine, Ning Qi smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down. However, he poured another cup for himself. No one knew who he was going to toast with this cup. Almost at the same time as Ning Qi poured the wine, 7 or 8 figures descended from the sky one after another and walked in. All the immortals present were shocked. They looked at the 7 or 8 figures with solemn expressions. They had just sat down when they immediately stood up. At the main table, the expressions of Qin Huan and the others changed slightly. They knew that it should be Ruo Zhen or the existence behind those two. They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was still as calm as before, they suddenly felt relieved. "Master." Ruo Zhen was also delighted. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Ruo Zhen breathed a sigh of relief inwardly when White Bones personally came along with the Grand Luo of the other major sections. At that moment, the red-robed elder had already noticed the dozen corpses on the ground. From the clothes of the corpses, he could tell that they were the inner sect prodigies of the White Bones sect. Then, their gazes fell on Bei Zhao's 2 eldest senior brothers and eldest senior sister. Among everyone present, only these 2 were celestial immortals like Ruo Zhen. They must be the ones who attacked. "How did your junior brothers die?" White Bones said flatly, like everyone else. His gaze fell on Bei Zhao's 2 eldest senior brothers and eldest senior sister. The two's expressions changed slightly. They knew that the other party had misunderstood something. However, with their cultivation and status, it was not appropriate for them to speak without permission. They could only look anxious. "He killed them." Ruo Zhen turned around and pointed at Ning Qi. After holding back for so long, he finally had the courage to look Ning Qi in the eye. White Bones and the others were stunned. Then their gazes fell on Ning Qi. Then they frowned at the same time, because in their eyes, Ning Qi's aura was no different from that of a mortal. He was just an old mortal who was about to die of old age. How could he have killed a dozen earth immortals and even made a celestial immortal like Ruo Zhen send out a flying sword for help? Bei Zhao's 2 eldest senior brothers and eldest senior sister breathed a long sigh of relief. At least the other party did not misunderstand. Next, it was time to watch the show. He killed them. White Bones was silent for a few breaths, then lightly said. Rua Zhen looked at White Bones in shock. Could it be that even his master could not tell that this person had a unique skill? Wasn't this too terrifying? Rua Zhen had thought that victory was within his grasp. Seeing this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Master, he did kill them. I saw it with my own eyes. Rua Zhen also cupped his hands and said, Interesting. A mere mortal old man could kill a dozen Earth Immortals? The red-robed elder looked at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. Xing Qiu and the others could not help but pout. A mere mortal old man? They had already determined that Ning Qi was hiding his strength. How could he be a mere mortal old man? Although they were not clear about the background of White Bones and the others, they knew that this group of people were at least golden immortals. If even golden immortals could not see through Ning Qi's background, then today's matter was rather interesting. White Bones pondered. White Bones glanced at the red-robed elder and then looked at Ning Qi. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed slightly and he turned around. One figure after another descended from the sky like rain. In just a breath's time, there were already hundreds of grand heavenly immortals on the scene. Following them were the prodigies that they brought along. There were 1,000 tables set up for the birthday banquet, and there were tens of thousands of guests. However, when these prodigies landed, everyone, including Xing Qiu and the others, could not remain calm. There were simply too many people. It was almost the same as the number of people attending the birthday banquet. Among them, there were many Earth Immortal prodigies who were stronger than them. There were also many Heaven Immortals like Rua Zhen. White Bones, you didn't come all the way here just to attend a mortal's birthday banquet, did you? Qi Yao glanced around and could not help but laugh. Old Man Mysterious Sword, on the other hand, stared at the dozen Earth Immortal corpses thoughtfully. Master, Bei Zhao's eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister suddenly shouted. Lang Yuan, who was originally beside the Wind and Cloud Sect's patriarch, had a strange expression on his face when he heard the two shouts. As expected, his disciple and White Bones had something to do. The Wind and Cloud Sect's prodigies were curious when they saw that the two had arrived earlier than them. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng also saw Lang Yuan. They looked at each other and did not say anything. They could only stand on Ning Qi's side today. Chapter 2547. That's the Grand Luo from the eccentric mystic sect, Senior Ji Wuliu. Why would so many Grand Luo be drawn here today? Xing Qiu and the others were both shocked and puzzled. Logically speaking, the conflict between Zhen Yi and Ning Qi was a trivial matter that could be resolved with a golden immortal. But now, there was more than one golden immortal. If so many Grand Luo were here, how many golden immortals would there be? It was the first time Xing Qiu and the others had seen such a scene. Their breathing became labored, and there was a hint of pity in their eyes as they looked at Ning Qi. We're just here to watch the show. Please, everyone. Ji Wuliu smiled and glanced at White Bones, before smiling faintly at the others. Only White Bones noticed that the way Ji Wuliu was looking at him was not quite right. To think that such a trivial matter would trouble all of you. Could it be that you've been idling in Liang City for too long that you've become sick? White Bones said flatly with slight mockery. The other Grand Luo chuckled. They only knew that it was a trivial matter now that they were here, and who knew if there would be a phenomenon of the divine mausoleum before? Bluestone Town is less than 300 miles away from Liang City. Brother Ji had mentioned that the second divine mausoleum could appear in Liang City, which naturally means that it could appear in Bluestone Town as well. Isn't it normal for us to come and take a look? Qi Yao smiled. He did not hide his words from the mortals present, which was why the people of Bluestone Town and the passing merchants all caught the key point. The divine mausoleum? Seems like that's why these immortals came to Liang City and Bluestone Town. Some rejoiced while others were worried. Apart from a few mortals who thought that they might gain some providence, Most of them felt that the matter was rather serious. The divine mausoleum was not a simple existence. And if it really did appear in Bluestone Town, would it still exist? At that time, how many people would die? In their worry, they could not help looking at Ning Chi, who was the one they were most familiar with and was very likely an immortal. You're right. Let's take a look if they want. Whitebones smiled faintly and ignored the crowd, smiling at Ning Chi instead. Were you really the one who killed those Whitebones sect disciples? So. Many gazes promptly fell upon Ning Chi, with Chi Yao and the other Grand Luo appearing rather puzzled. From what the Whitebones had said, those dozen dead Earth Immortals were killed by that old mortal. This was a little strange, because in their eyes Ning Chi was completely useless. Traces of cultivation. It said that the people of the Whitebone sect are ruthless. To think that they would need a Grand Luo for such a small matter. How laughable. But since I'm here, I'll just watch the show. Bai Xingxue, Li Exan, Li Si, Jishan, and a dozen others stood in the void. Apart from Li Exan, the others were all Grand Luo, and judging from their appearance and bearing, they were all prodigies. That old man looks familiar. Li Si suddenly muttered to himself. Jishan nodded subconsciously. Li Exan didn't say anything, but she looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. At this moment, Ning Chi looked exactly like an old mortal man who was 100 years old. He was so old that it was hard to tell his identity from his appearance alone. I killed him. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Before Whitebone could speak again, Ning Chi had already raised the cup of wine in his hand and swept his gaze across the Grand Luo around him, before finally landing on Whitebone. This cup of wine is a toast to the Whitebone sect. Going from arrogant to deferential? Xingqiu and the others had weird expressions on their faces. Ruo Zhen's eyes showed a hint of mockery as well. However, in the very next moment, Ning Chi spilled the wine in his cup on the ground and smiled at Whitebone. Many gasped and looked at Ning Chi in shock and uncertainty. Spilling wine on the ground? Wasn't that just showing respect to a dead person? What's up with this old man? Chi Yao looked at Xian Jian, only to find that the latter was staring at Ning Chi with an odd expression. What's going on? Chi Yao transmitted his voice with a solemn expression. It's nothing. Maybe I saw wrong. Xian Jian shook his head, but there was still a hint of suspicion in his eyes. The Grand Luo present looked at each other, feeling both confused and curious. What kind of show was this? If he was immortal, how did he know about the Whitebone sect? And if he knew about the Whitebone sect, why would he dare to do something so humiliating? They were unable to see through the scene that had unfolded today. However, many Grand Luo noticed that there seemed to be a hint of pity beneath Ji Wulio's unfathomable expression. Pity for that mortal old man. Were all the eccentric, mystic sect that compassionate? Many Grand Luo found it rather laughable. Looks like those dozen Whitebone sect disciples were really killed by this person. What did he do that even we can't see through his cultivation? The red-robed elder and the others who came with Whitebone all looked at Ning Chi with a hint of doubt in their hearts. What do you mean, sir? Whitebone said flatly. There was no way to tell whether he was happy or angry from his expression, but everyone knew that Whitebone was very angry. Meanwhile, Bei Zhao's two eldest senior brothers and eldest senior sister had found a chance to return to Lung Yuan and the others. Master, that old man said that he's acquainted with you, and asked us to call you over to catch up. Acquainted with me? Lung Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had always thought that Ning Chi looked rather familiar, and after hearing what the two said, he could not help but recall many faces in his mind. Suddenly, he shuddered and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief, realizing that Ning Chi was becoming more and more like that person. What's his surname? Lung Yuan immediately transmitted his voice. I think his surname is Ning. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng escaped the sect this time to take care of him until he died, but it seems that this old man is not as simple as he seems. I think there's a need to carefully investigate Bei Shao and Bei Ming's origins. Lun Yuan was no longer listening to him. Surname Ning. There's no such coincidence in this world. Lun Yuan stared at Ning Qi, his lips trembling. What do you mean? Can't a great grand Luo tell what this cup of wine means? This is a toast to the White Bone sect. Ning Qi smiled. Deceitful tricks. White Bone barked coldly, and in the next moment, an aura of the great Tao surged out of his body. The shadow of an immortal tree appeared above him, and 3 round Tao fruits hung on the branches. Even the immortals present felt a heavy pressure, let alone the mortals of Bluestone Town. However, the pressure did not. Chapter 2548. White Bones was dead. Countless divine consciousnesses scanned his corpse, but found no signs of life at all. He had died a thorough death, and even his spirit had dissipated. All the grand heavenly immortals present were shocked, and they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. How could this be? The red-robed elder and the others who came with White Bones stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Almost instinctively, they retreated over 1,000 feet away. They were the closest to White Bones, so they had the clearest view of the sword. There was not a trace of immortal qi on it, but it was such an ordinary sword strike that mercilessly killed White Bones, a grand luo, right in front of their eyes. How could this be? They did not understand, but they knew that the mortal old man before them was not someone they could afford to provoke. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. Master. Ruo Zhini stared blankly at White Bones' corpse with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Was his master joking with him? He soon realized that White Bones was not joking, and White Bones would not make such a joke. White Bones was dead and thoroughly dead. Ruo Zhini's body could not help but tremble. No matter how he tried to calm himself, he could not stop his trembling. Hiss! Xingqiu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and stared blankly at Ning Qi. The scene before them was too unreal. A grand luo died, just like that. That strike was as ordinary as the dozen earth immortals just now. To them, if a grand luo were to die, they would die with a bang. What they saw was completely illogical. It was too terrifying. In the void, the expressions of Bai Xingxue and the other grand luo prodigies changed drastically. There was a hint of fear and terror in their eyes as they looked at Ning Qi. Their cultivation base was much stronger than the grand luo prodigies below, and they could kill a grand luo like White Bones if they wanted to. However, they would not be as simple as Ning Qi. That sword strike just now was terrifying. Ji Shan said expressionlessly, "I can tell without you telling me." Bai Xingxue's expression was solemn. Was it that person? Li Si muttered to himself. Everyone knew who he was referring to. Everyone fell silent. Only Li Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. Who is this person? You don't know him? This technique. I'm afraid he's not a profound immortal. There's a second profound immortal in the ancestral star. Wait, old man. One sword. Is this senior the one who killed Jiang Feng with one sword? In terms of appearance, no. But the grand luo present conversed in secret. They did not notice that there were 2 people whose expressions were different from theirs. One of them was Ji Wuliu, and the other was Old Man Mysterious Sword. Old Man Mysterious Sword glared at Ning Qi as his hands trembled. This was not a trembling of fear, but excitement, because this strike was from the emotionless sword technique. I didn't expect this kid to really master the emotion destroyer swordsmanship. But why is his aura exactly the same as a mortal's? Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi with a gratified look in his eyes. Although he couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation, he could tell that Ning Qi had surpassed him with that sword strike. His cultivation was on par with White Bones. If Ning Qi could kill White Bones with a single strike, he could naturally kill him with a single strike as well. One could say that the title of #1 in the Mystic Sword sect would belong to Ning Qi in the future. It was then that Chen Huan and the others came to their senses. Compared to them, Bei Xiao and Bei Meng knew better how powerful a Grand Luo was because they were human immortals as well. Therefore, when they saw Ning Qi kill White Bones with a single strike, Ning Qi's image in their hearts crumbled for the second time. Even their master, Lung Yuan, the golden immortal of the Wind and Cloud sect, could only surrender to White Bones. How could Master be so powerful? We've been serving him for so many years, but we didn't even notice it. If that's the case, even if Zhang Chaozhong didn't save us back then, Master would have done it, right? Bei Meng looked at Bei Xiao and transmitted her voice. Bei Xiao did not say anything, but nodded solemnly. He believed that Ning Qi would have done it back then. That's too powerful. Yan Jingfeng stared blankly at Ning Qi's back, unable to wrap his head around it. Although he was only a Qi refinement cultivator and could not tell the difference in strength between White Bones and the dozen Earth Immortals who were killed by Ning Qi, the weight of the word Grand Luo weighed heavily in Yan Jingfeng's heart. Since the beginning of his path of cultivation, he knew that Grand Luo were the pinnacle of experts on the ancestral planet. How powerful must Ning Qi be to kill a Grand Luo? That Bei Xiao's eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister stared at the scene in bewilderment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They already knew that Ning Qi was powerful, but never did they expect him to be so powerful that he could kill a Grand Luo with a single strike. What kind of existence was he? Why would their youngest junior brother and youngest junior sister have such a close relationship with such an existence? A hint of fear appeared on their faces without them realizing it. However, they suddenly changed their minds. Wait, didn't that senior say that he was acquainted with Master? Does Master know the senior? The two quickly looked at Lung Yuan, and indeed found some clues. Lung Yuan's expression at the moment clearly showed that he knew that mysterious elder. At this moment, the entire place was silent. The disciples of the various sects, including the prodigies from the outside world, were all looking at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. Why does he look a little like Big Brother? Ing Jinchuan finally felt that something was wrong, especially the smile on the old man's face when he spoke. It was very similar to the Ning Qi she remembered. However, Ing Jinchuan was sure that it was not Ning Qi. Ning Qi had only been missing for 100 years. Even a peerless genius could not kill a Grand Luo with a single strike in 100 years. You guys are with him? Ning Qi glanced at White Bone's corpse indifferently, then at the red-robed elder and the others with a smile. The red-robed elder and the others felt goosebumps on their backs when Ning Qi looked at them and quickly said, "We're not from the White Bone sect." "Aren't you?" Ning Qi muttered non-committally. The red-robed elder and the others had been Grand Luo for a long time, but they had never been as terrified as they were today. It was only when Ning Qi smiled and nodded that they breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, their lives were saved today, and they were not implicated by White Bones. "I'm Ji Wulio from the eccentric mystic sect. May I know your name?" Ji Wulio looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Everyone's ears perked up, but before Ning Qi could speak, a voice came from the Wind and Cloud sect. "He's Ning Beixian." Chapter 2549. Boss Ning, is that Ning Beixian? Xing Qiu looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. He felt that after living for so many years, this was the first time he had broadened his horizons. Almost as soon as Lung Yuan opened his mouth, they already believed him, because at the birthday banquet, Ning Qi had personally admitted that he knew Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's master, and at this moment their eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister were standing next to Lung Yuan. How could it be Ning Beixian? No matter how strong Ning Beixian is, there's no way he could have killed Master with a single slash. Rua Zhen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. White Bones was his biggest backer. Now that White Bones was dead, he didn't know what would happen to him today. Ning Beixian, Chun Huan, and Yan Zhengfeng looked at each other in shock. When Chan Huan was young, Yan Zhenfeng had come to Bluestone Town once. That night he told her many stories about deities, including the #1 prodigy of the ancestral star, Ning Beixian, who killed a grand luo with a single arrow. At that time, Chen Huan had said that Ning Qi and Yan Zhenfeng had the same surname, but Yan Zhenfeng had replied that it was just the same surname. The scene played out in front of them like a video. Chen Huan couldn't believe that the Uncle Qi she had been calling him for so many years was the main character of the story, the top prodigy of the ancestral planet, Ning Beixian. How could such an existence live in Bluestone Town for so many years like a mortal, and even established an incomparably deep relationship with his family? After all, Chen Asin was just an ordinary mortal. Didn't they say that immortals and mortals were different? Yan Zhenfeng was even more in disbelief. However, the scene of Ning Qi stabbing White Bone to death was absolutely true. He had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. Master, is Ning Beixian the #1 heavenly talent who has been missing for many years? Oh my God! Big brother, I'm not dreaming, am I? Bei Meng looked at Bei Xiao in disbelief. Bei Xiao stared blankly at Ning Qi's back, then at the person who had spoken. It was their master, Leng Yuan. In the end, she shook her head at Bei Meng and said, "Little sister, you're not dreaming. I'm afraid our master is really that person. Have you forgotten that our master was knocked out by someone with 3 strikes of the rod? The one with the stick is the master." He finally understood why Ning Qi said that he was old friends with Leng Yuan. If he really wanted to argue about the relationship between the two of them, it would truly be a story that Leng Yuan couldn't bear to recall. As for the other people of Bluestone Town, they actually didn't know much about Ning Beixian. They looked at Ning Qi in confusion and thought to themselves, could this be Boss Ning's real name? On the side of the Xianjian sect, when Leng Yuan said those words, other than the old man of mysterious sword, everyone else became excited. Shi Yifan, Nalin Shiji, Hizei, Li Zhangtong, Ing Jinxuan, Jiu Jian, Luo Bo, regardless of whether it was the Ascension sect's geniuses or the Xianjian sect's geniuses, they all looked to Ning Qi with expressions of disbelief. Is it really junior apprentice brother Ning? That's impossible, right? Kong Wen sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously looked at Elder Pei beside him. This time, Elder Pei was the leader of Yuqing Sect's team. Yuqing Sect's ancestor was in closed-door cultivation in the sect and didn't come here. Constable Ning? People from the royal family of Yingzhou were also present. Many of them were members of the Sky Arrestor sect. Hearing Leng Yuan's words, almost everyone, including the Emperor of Yingzhou, was dumbfounded. How could it be Ning Beixian? Ning Beixian is just an earth immortal. He was removed from the first place of the heavenly Tao, ranking the last time it was updated. How could it be him? Could he have ascended to the heavenly immortal realm? That's impossible. His name isn't on the heavenly immortal ranking either. Even if he did, how could he kill Bai Gu with a single strike? It would make sense if he used that bow. The Grand Luo present were shocked and filled with all kinds of doubts. Most of them were still unwilling to believe that the old man before them was Ning Beixian. If that was the case, then their worldview had been completely overturned. In the void. That's Ning Beixian? Bai Xingxue, Jishan, Mr. Li Si. Didn't you say that Ning Beixian relied on a bow that might be a high-grade Dao artifact to kill Jiang Wei? But now he's using an ordinary long sword to kill a Grand Luo. That's right. Maybe that golden immortal from the wind and cloud sect mistook him for someone else. The dozen or so Grand Luo who came to the homeworld after Jiang Wei's death all looked at Bai Xingxue, and the other 2 because they were the only ones who had seen Ning Qi. Junior sister, is he Ning Beixian? Bai Xingxue looked at Li Xian with a solemn expression. He was not too sure about Ning Qi's identity, and Li Xian was the only one who might know. Everyone looked at Li Xian when they saw that. Li Xian's lips curled into a beautiful smile. It should be him. You've changed so much in 100 years. Bai Xingxue looked at Ning Qi and forced a smile, but he could not help but clench his fists. After all, even he was not confident that he could block Ning Qi's sword. Lung Yuan, are you sure you're not mistaken? The wind and cloud sect's old ancestor looked at Lung Yuan. I'm not mistaken. I would recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Lung Yuan shook his head faintly, his eyes never leaving Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and walked out step by step. With every step he took, his face became younger, and the wrinkles on his skin decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. His originally thin and withered body also began to fill out. After Ning Qi took 10 steps, his face could no longer be found. There were no signs of aging, and he looked exactly like a 17 or 18-year-old youth with handsome facial features and fair skin. Chen Huan could not help but tear up when he saw Ning Qi's current appearance. It's Uncle Qi. It's Uncle Qi. Ning Qi's current appearance was exactly the same as when he first met Ning Qi as a child in his memory. There was no difference at all. Apart from Chen Huan, many elders in Bluestone Town remembered what Ning Qi looked like back then, and their hearts were stirred when they saw Ning Qi reverting to his youthful appearance. In these 10 steps, Ning Qi seemed to have walked through time, reminding them of the changes in Bluestone Town over the years. In the end, he brought them back to that time. At that time, there were not so many people in Bluestone Town, and their lives were not very good. However, at that time, everyone was very young. However, everyone was still young and full of longing. Master was so handsome when he was young, Bei Meng subconsciously mumbled to herself. Lung Yuan, you won't remember me if I really turn into ashes. Ning Qi looked at Lung Yuan and smiled. After a pause, Ning Qi glanced at the crowd, sweeping his gaze across the familiar faces, and said softly, Everyone, it's been a while. Apart from a select few, the rest of the Grand Luo present were left in shock. It really was Ning Beixian. It had only been 100 years. But how could Ning Beixian kill a Grand Luo so easily? Big brother. Ying Zhenshuan turned into a stream of light and appeared before Ning Qi with an excited expression. Then, another figure descended from the sky. It was Li Exan. Chapter 2551. The next day, Limestone Town. Yesterday's events had passed, and the various Grand Luo returned to Liang City with a belly full of questions. However, there were more prodigies who stayed behind in Bluestone Town. Perhaps it was because of Li Xian, or perhaps they wanted to learn more about Ning Qi's sword. But Bai Xingxue and the others had stayed behind as well. He had the intention to return to Liang City. The sudden influx of immortals made Bluestone Town livelier than before. However, the people of Bluestone Town found that these immortals were much more polite to mortals. Their words were no longer as cold as before. They knew that all of this was because of one person. The courtyard that Ning Qi was staying in wasn't big and couldn't accommodate too many people. Thus, there were only Old Man Mysterious Sword, Old Ancestor Qiyao, Ying Zhenshuan, Elder Pei, Kongwen, Li Xian, and a few other old acquaintances. Among them, there was one person with the most special identity, Wind and Cloud Sect's Lung Yuan. Brat Ning, have you been staying here all these years? Qi Yao looked around, a strange expression on his face. Going into seclusion was fine, but if he really lived here like a mortal for nearly 100 years, how boring would that be? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked thoughtful, and suddenly said, Ji Wulo of the Yixian sect said that the second tomb of the god of sin might appear here. Did you already know about it? Coincidence. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. I found a secluded place at random. Who would have thought that after a few decades, this place would suddenly become lively? It was also through the conversations of others that I learned that the second tomb of the god of sin might appear here. Ning Qi's explanation was very reasonable, but everyone's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. However, seeing that Ning Qi didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. Since it's a coincidence, perhaps everything is destined. Since the mystic sect has sent a grand luo to this second divine tomb, it's easy to imagine that the item inside might be much more valuable than the value obtained back then. Old Man Mysterious Sword said meaningfully. That was not Old Man Mysterious Sword's guess alone. When Ji Wulio of the Yixian sect appeared on the ancestral star, everyone felt that the second divine tomb might contain the treasure that the Yixian sect's sect master had mentioned. More precious than a high-grade Dao artifact? Ning Qi nodded thoughtfully. The probability of finding the fairy-slaying gourd in the second tomb of the god of sin was indeed higher. Qiao, let's return to Liang City and let these youngsters catch up. Old Man Mysterious Sword waved at Qiao. Qiao still wanted to ask about that sword and was unwilling to leave. However, seeing how determined Old Man Mysterious Sword was, he had no choice but to leave with him. He planned to ask Ning Qi about it when he was free. That sword made him think of that old man, and he believed that the other Grand Luo had thought of the same thing as well. Junior brother will be leaving first. When you're free, come find us in Liang City. Kong Wen cupped his hands at Ning Qi and left with Elder Pei and the others. He really wanted to ask if Ning Qi had mastered the 8-9 arcane art. After all, Ning Qi had shocked him too much this time. He had a feeling that Ning Qi might have mastered the 8-9 arcane art. However, now was not the time to talk. He knew that Ning Qi still had some things to do. The small courtyard became much emptier, but it also allowed Qin Huan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. They had felt too much pressure when standing with Old Man Mysterious Sword and the others. Although Old Man Mysterious Sword and the others had deliberately concealed their auras, there was still a sliver of their aura that they could not conceal. It was a natural aura that came with it, but it made Chen Huan and the others feel very heavy. Little Huan, what are your plans for the future? Ning Qi smiled at Chen Huan. Chen Huan looked a little hesitant, but then he said with a resolute gaze, Uncle Qi, I plan to stay in Bluestone Town. This is my father's last wish. However, when Uncle Qi leaves, can you bring little Xi and the others with you? Chen Huan's wife smiled and held Chen Huan's arm. Father, she wanted everyone to follow Ning Qi and cultivate together. That way, they could be together for a long time, but he did not expect his father to choose to stay in Bluestone Town. Yes, this is indeed your father's last wish. Since you're staying here, then guard Bluestone Town well from now on. Ning Qi smiled. Guard. When the others heard this, they already knew that it would not be long before Chen Huan's Qi refinement realm cultivation level would rise. Little Xi, when this matter is over, follow me back to Mystic Sword Sect's missing Moon Peak. Ning Qi looked at Chen Xi and his wife. Chen Xi's wife was pleasantly surprised, but she looked at Chen Xi. Only if Chen Xi agreed would it count. After all, Chen Huan did not plan to leave Bluestone Town. Go. After you become an immortal, you can come back to visit me and your mother often. Chen Huan nodded at Chen Xi. Can I really come back often? Chen Xi muttered to himself, feeling a little hesitant. Yingzhou is not too far from Juku State. Ying Jinshuan smiled. If you want to come back in the future, you'll be there in a year or two. Hearing this, Chen Xi made up his mind. He knew that this opportunity was not easy to come by. Only by leaving with Ning Qi could the Chen family develop into a cultivation family in the future. This was an opportunity that mortals would not even dare to imagine for generations. Since the journey between the two places was only a year or two, Chen Xi felt relieved. The worries in his heart disappeared, and he nodded in agreement. In fact, if he really knew how far away the Bluestone Town was from the Shenzhen sect, he would probably be shocked. To mortals, even if they walked for 100 years, they would not be able to reach this distance. Yan Jingfeng's face was filled with envy, but he did not dare to say a word because he knew that Ning Qi was only on good terms with Chen Asen's family, and his relationship with him was very ordinary. If he spoke rashly, it would only make the other party feel disgusted. However, To be able to see Chen Huan, Qin Shi and the others obtained such a fortuitous encounter. Yan Zhengfeng felt happy for them. To be happy. As for you, you have other opportunities, so I won't interfere. Ning Qi glanced at Yan Zhengfeng indifferently. What? Yan Zhengfeng was slightly startled, and then his heart started to beat wildly. Since Ning Qi said that he had another fortuitous encounter, then he definitely had another fortuitous encounter. Lung Yuan, after going around in circles, you actually accepted these two little fellows as your disciples. It can be said that there is a special kind of fate between us, right? After everything was arranged, Ning Qi looked at Lung Yuan and said with a smile. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng stood between the two of them with strange expressions on their faces. Ever since they found out about Ning Qi's identity, they had been worried that their master and Ning Qi would have some sort of conflict. With Ning Qi's strength, if there really was a conflict, the one kneeling would definitely be their master. This kind of fate. Chapter 2552. Does Bei Xiao and Bei Meng acknowledging me as their master have anything to do with you? Lung Yuan asked after a moment of silence. Although Ning Qi was only a perfected sky immortal, his terrifying methods made Lung Yuan feel like he was facing the ancestor of Zenith Heaven. Thus, he wasn't sure if Ning Qi had arranged for him to accept Bei Xiao and Bei Meng as his disciples. If so, what was his motive? That's their own fortune. Why? If you don't want them, I'll bring them back to the Mystic Sword Sect. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Lung Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Knowing that this had nothing to do with Ning Qi, he smiled. They're talented. If you want to take them away, you'll have to kill me. Master. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng's eyes were filled with worry. The two looked at Ning Qi pleadingly. They knew that if Ning Qi really wanted to kill Lung Yuan, it would only take one strike. Since you value them so much, I have to warn you. Your other two disciples aren't good people. If I find out one day that they're secretly opposing Bei Xiao and Bei Meng, I might really have to take my sword to the Wind and Cloud Sect. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lung Yuan's expression changed slightly, then he nodded. I know what I'm doing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Then he looked at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng. Are you leaving? Master! Bei Xiao and Bei Meng had planned to take care of Ning Qi until he died, but now that Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than theirs and his lifespan was longer than theirs, there was no need to mention it anymore. However, they couldn't bear to part with Ning Qi. Go! Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. The two bowed to Ning Qi solemnly before leaving with Lung Yuan. Ying Jinchuan's sharp eyes saw a flash of jealousy in Lung Yuan's eyes. You're going to the White-Boned sect next, right? Li Xian waited for Lung Yuan to leave before asking. If everything goes well, I'll be back soon. You guys can stay here for now. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. No one doubted his words at all. White-Bones was dead, and even if the White-Bones sect had a superior sect, they would still send a Grand Luo. There was no way they would be a match for Ning Qi. And after the incident with the Jiang family, no other mystic immortal had come to the homeworld. Ning Qi's every move could be said to have been seen by the Grand Luo of the various sections. Most importantly, Ning Qi did not hide his whereabouts. After asking for the location of the White-Bone sect, he left. About a month later, Ning Qi reappeared in Bluestone Town. By then, the Grand Luo had also received news of the Bleached Bone sect's fall. The Jade, clear ancestral patriarch annihilated the Jiang family, and Ning Beixian annihilated the White-Bone sect. Both of them are fiends that we can't afford to offend. I heard that there was another Grand Luo in the White-Bone sect who died to Ning Beixian's sword. That's a Grand Luo sent by the Shrine of Bone to the homeworld. I wonder how many of the 400,000 disciples managed to escape. It's useless. Now that White-Bones is dead, the White-Bone sect will be crippled. All the experts above the sky immortal level will be dead. Even if a few earth immortals or human immortals manage to escape, what can they do? Seek revenge after 1,000,000 years of seclusion? I'm afraid Ning Beixian would no longer be on the homeworld by then. The destruction of the White Bone sect had made the immortals on the homeworld deeply understand Ning Qi's methods. Many Grand Luo who once wanted to obtain the immortal slayer Bao from Ning Qi had already given up on the idea. They believed that even Bai Xingxue and the other prodigies on the homeworld were no match for Ning Qi. They were the only ones who could defeat him. Of Ning Qi's Grand Luo, there was only Ji Wuliu of the exotic mystic sect. After all, the exotic mystic sect was so mysterious that no one knew how many Dao fruits Ji Wuliu had condensed, whether he was an early stage or full-fledged golden immortal in Bluestone Town, Bai Xingxue and the others about a house not far from Ning Qi's residence. Bai Xingxue, what's the relationship between that junior sister of yours and Ning Beixian? Does she know which sect or faction Ning Beixian comes from, and who his master is? Li Si frowned as he looked at Bai Xingxue. Ji Shan and the other geniuses also turned their gazes to Bai Xingxue. During this period of time, they had used all sorts of methods, wanting to get to the bottom of Ning Qi's background. However, they could only find out that Ning Qi first appeared in the 9-sect alliance arena of the ancient heavenly court. There were no more clues before that, but no clues was still a clue, and at least it proved that Ning Qi's background was not that simple. What can I do if my junior sister doesn't want to say? Bai Xingxue said a little impatiently. He had thought that Ning Qi was no longer a threat to him. But now that Ning Qi had reappeared and possessed some kind of immortal art that could easily kill a Grand Luo, Bai Xingxue felt a lot of pressure. Everyone looked at each other thoughtfully when they saw Bai Xingxue's current state. Li Si wanted to scold him, since he recognized that Ning Qi's physique and aptitude was a notch higher than Bai Xingxue's, but he kept his mouth shut after some thought. Let's go and ask them ourselves. Maybe we'll know. Ji Shan suddenly said, Go and ask them ourselves. Everyone looked at each other, a little tempted. Previously, because they were afraid of Ning Qi's sword, they did not want to have any direct contact with Ning Qi, afraid that they would be stabbed to death by Ning Qi's sword. But now that they thought about it, they had no enmity with Ning Beixian, and he would not stab them to death, so they could try to befriend him. Because of Ji Shan, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Li Si was the first to stand up. Then let's go and pay a visit. After all, we are Grand Luo prodigies. Ning Beixian, a perfected heaven immortal, should give us some face. Bai Xingxue's expression was a little ugly. Previously, he wanted to kill Ning Qi, and now he was going to pay a visit? To Bai Xingxue, this was a formless humiliation. Bai Xingxue, are you leaving? Li Si frowned. Of course, why not? Bai Xingxue smiled coldly, got up and walked toward Ning Qi's courtyard with everyone. Ever since the people of Bluestone Town knew Ning Qi's identity, the sword shop was closed, but they could often see Ning Qi strolling around Bluestone Town with the 2 fairies. Many old people of Bluestone Town finally understood why Ning Qi rejected everyone who came to propose. With Ingjin Xuan and Li Xian's beauty and their status as fairies, how could those ordinary women compare to them? Boss Ning. Chapter 2553. Bai Xingxue stood behind Li Si. Seeing that Li Xian didn't even look at him, he couldn't help but feel some evil anger rise in his heart. However, he hid it well and no one noticed. Profound Azure Mansion, Li Si. Ning Qi had once met him when anxious Ghost fought Jiang Wei. Now that he heard this name again, he could not help but be slightly moved. Profound Azure Mansions, Li Si. Profound Azure Mansions, Xiao Xiao. These 2 should be the same person, right? It's a genius from the Profound Azure Mansion. Nice to meet you. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Although there was a smile on his face by Xingxue, and the others could see that the smile on Ning Qi's face was fake, so fake that even mortals could see through it. There was no reason for this. As an immortal, even if he didn't like it, as long as it was necessary, he could show an incomparably sincere smile. Ning Beixian and Li Si are enemies. Ji Shan and the others thought to themselves as their eyes twitched. Li Si was naturally aware of this. The smile on his face froze for a moment before it dissipated by quite a bit. He said in a somewhat cold voice, "Have I met Brother Ning before?" "Never seen him before." Ning Chi smiled. Her smile was still so fake. "Oh," Li Si suddenly didn't know what to say. "If there's nothing else, don't cross." Ning Chi cupped his fists and let Ing Xuan and Li Xian pass the crowd. Li Si stared coldly at Ning Chi's back. No one knew what he was thinking. One of them suddenly said, "This kid is very arrogant. Did he forget that he's a perfected heavenly immortal just because he has some tricks up his sleeve?" The expressions of the others didn't look too good. When Bai Xingxue saw this scene, his mood suddenly became much better. He looked at Ning Chi's back and sneered in his heart. There's no harm in being arrogant, but it's slightly troublesome to offend so many grand heavenly realm geniuses because of it. Li Si suddenly lowered his head and took out the heavenly talisman. "The king sent me to patrol the mountains to request a friend request. Him." Li Si was taken aback for a moment before he clicked accept with a cold expression. He wanted to see what this mad dog wanted from him. Back then, on the All Heavens Forum, he and the king sent me to patrol the mountain, and they had a lot of quarrels. "Oh, so you're not dead yet." When Li Si saw this message, his expression changed. He was just about to reply when the other party had already blacklisted him. Ning Chi smiled when he felt the spiritual chi fluctuation behind him. He was sure that this Profound Azure Mansion's Li Si was the servant of Profound Azure Mansion. Because of Little Six, he didn't have a good impression of the Profound Azure Mansion. If possible, he was very willing to help Little Six erase the Profound Azure Mansion from the heavenly ancient immortal realm. "Maybe I can go to the Profound Azure Mansion after I understand the third sword manual," Ning Chi muttered to himself. The Emotion Destroyer sword art had 9 sword manuals. The first sword could kill a Grand Luo, the second sword could kill a Mystic Immortal, and the third sword could even kill a Grand Unity True Immortal. If this continued, then the fourth sword would be able to slay a Celestial Monarch, and the fifth sword would be able to slay a Celestial Emperor. However, this was only Ning Chi's deduction. Only by reaching that level would he know the true power of the Emotion Destroyer swordsmanship. If his deduction was correct, how terrifying would it be to cultivate to the 9th sword? "Big brother, the scenery here is really beautiful." The 3 of them walked to a mountain on the outskirts of Bluestone Town. From here, they could vaguely see Liang City in the distance. They could see the entire Bluestone Town. However, this scenery was much inferior to the mystic sword sect. Ing Xuan had never climbed the mountain step by step like a mortal, so she had this completely different feeling today. "Is it beautiful?" Li Xian was slightly startled. Looking at the scenery in front of her, she seemed to have thought of something and fell into deep thought. Perhaps it had been many years since she stood on the mountain and looked at the scenery so leisurely. The 3 of them did not speak. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the silence was broken by the sound of footsteps. The 3 of them turned around and saw an old man in a green robe. His green robe wasn't like the one Ji Wulia wore. It was a real green robe made of coarse cloth. "Did I disturb you guys?" The old man cupped his hands at the 3 of them. "Old mister, this mountain doesn't belong to the 3 of us. How is it disturbing?" Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Li Xian frowned. "You're immortal. This mountain is thousands of feet tall, but you're not sweating at all?" Ing Xuan immediately reacted after Li Xian's reminder. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes as she stared coldly at the old man. If the other party really didn't come with good intentions, their only target could only be Ning Chi. Or perhaps the remnants of the White Bones sect were here to take revenge. "Your surname is Li, right?" The old man suddenly looked at Li Xian and smiled. Li Xian was startled. There weren't many people on Ancestral Star who knew her surname. She didn't remember where she had seen this old man before, so she became even more cautious. But with Ning Chi by her side, she wasn't too afraid. Where did you know? Li Xian said coldly. Do you want to know? You'll find out in the future. I'm here today to have a chat with this little brother. The old man in cyan smiled and pointed at Ningqi. Zhenxuan, Li Xian, you guys go down first. Wait for me in the yard. Ningqi smiled. Okay. Li Xian nodded and pulled Zhenxuan, who didn't want to leave, toward Bluestone Town. Sister, Li Xian, big brother might be in danger. With Beishuan's strength, if the other party can really kill him, he can also kill you and me. Staying there will only make him afraid. Li Xian said calmly. Zhenxuan calmed down when she heard that. She knew that she was too worried. On the mountain. After the two girls left, the old man looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. After 5 minutes, he smiled and said, You have a smell that I hate, really? I remember I took a shower yesterday. Ningqi stretched out his sleeve and sniffed. I smelled it when you came to Ancestral Star. I wanted to see what you would do, but I didn't expect you to ask Xianjian for the Love Destroyer sword art and choose to become immortal here, the green-robed old man smiled. Senior, you must be the mortal who taught the Love Destroyer sword art to Xianjian Patriarch, right? Ningqi smiled. Deep down, he was shocked. If what the old man said was true, then his every move over the years had been under the old man's nose. Yes. The old man smiled and nodded. That guy is not talented and couldn't learn it after so many years. I didn't expect you to get it first. Otherwise, you would be dead after that. Before Ningqi could react, the old man waved his sleeve and 9 marks appeared on Ningqi's body. One of them was the word Jiang. Ningqi couldn't see the other 8. The atmosphere on the mountain peak suddenly became strange. Chapter 2554. A lackey of the Tiandao clan. Ningqi looked at the green-robed old man quietly and didn't make any extra movements. Although he didn't know the old man's identity, he now knew that the old man's position should be against the Jiang family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ningqi deeply understood this principle. However, the old man probably didn't know. Each of these 9 marks probably belongs to an extremely terrifying clan. The other 8 marks should be the same as the Jiang clan, the Tiandao clan that the old man mentioned. The word Tiandao is added in front of the clan, and the old man's emotion, extinguishing sword art, is the Dao extinguishing sword art. 1 sentence was enough for Ningqi to know more than enough information. In the immortal world, apart from the Jiang clan of the Central Empire, there was no trace of the Jiang clan that Ningqi knew of. There was no trace of these 9 clans on the Heavenly Dao list either, which was enough to confirm that their status was at least above the Langya Immortal Emperor. Ningqi was very curious. What level was the old man who stood against such a transcendent force? Tai True Immortal? Immortal Duke? Immortal Emperor? Or even stronger? You're very calm. You've already seen these 9 marks, haven't you? The old man in green said with a smile. Yes. Ningqi smiled and nodded. But I still don't know much about the Tiandao clan that you speak of. Can you tell me a thing or two? The green-robed old man looked at the sky with a smile that was not a smile. Then he glanced at Ningqi and said indifferently, There are some old farts in the Tiandao clan who love to play tricks. In this world, there are countless existences like you. You are not the only one, and you will definitely not be the last. If you want to know about these 9 great clans, someone will naturally tell you when you're qualified to know. Pausing for a while, he continued, Your cultivation is too low. Among the candidates they chose, you are not eye-catching. Today, I came to find you because you have comprehended my emotion destroyer sword art. In this way, you can be regarded as my successor. However, I hate your identity. So, after a period of time, you should leave the ancestral land. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will kill you. Leave the ancestral planet. Is he chasing me away? However, this might be the gentleness of the old man. Ningqi wasn't stupid enough to retort. Senior, after some time, how long is that? 3 to 5 years? 30 to 50 years? Do as you see fit. The green-robed old man smiled. If that's the case, thank you for showing mercy, Senior. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands, then turned around and went down the mountain. Meanwhile, in a galaxy far away from the ancestral star, a faint voice resounded across the universe. An outer disciple has been taught the emotion, Destroyer Sword Style. Mark him heavily, and if he meets the requirements, he will be accepted into the Jiang family as a disciple. Ancestor, do you want me to observe it personally? There's no need. Keep a close eye on the others. Compared to them, this child is still slightly inferior. Yes, there was a moment of silence. Another voice echoed in the desolate stars. Patriarch, it has been so many years, and that person must have perished beneath the heavenly Tao. Why don't we go and retrieve that fellow's head from the homeworld? Neither you nor I know if he can swing the 6th sword strike. Do you still want to go? This, after Ningqi left, the corners of the green-robed old man's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at the sky again, and his eyes revealed a trace of mockery. Coward, then. There was a trace of sadness on his face. Ancient immortal incense, body-tempering art. Ancient immortal godly ring, Tiandao clan. Masteress, I don't really understand your moves in this life. Bluestone Town. When Ningqi returned, Ing Jinchuan and Li Xian had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Ningqi was safe and sound, the two girls heaved a long sigh of relief. That old man is not simple. Li Xian looked at Ningqi and transmitted her voice. He might be an ally. Ningqi smiled. Ally. A trace of shock flashed across Li Xian's eyes. Could that old man be an ancient immortal as well? Apart from her and Ningqi, there was a third ancient immortal on the ancestral star? Li Xian was not in the ancestral star on the day that Jiang Feng was killed, and Bai Xingxuan never told her about it. Otherwise, with Li Xian's intelligence, she would have known that the two old men were the same person. It's just a possibility. His cultivation level is much higher than ours, so we don't have to pay too much attention to him. Ningqi transmitted his voice. Does your sworn sister know about these things? Li Xian suddenly asked. Ningqi glanced at Ing Jinchuan and smiled. She doesn't know. It's not good for her to know too much. Fog. The people of Bluestone Town suddenly noticed that there was an additional layer of fog on the streets and alleys. While they were shocked, they were also a little flustered. The second divine tomb is about to open. Li Si and the rest walked out of the yard with solemn expressions. The immortals in Bluestone Town all noticed this, and they were excited and expectant. They had waited here for so many years, and Ji Wuliu did not disappoint them. The second divine tomb began in Bluestone Town. In Liang City, a group of figures rose into the air and rushed towards Bluestone Town. Ji Wuliu's expression was a little strange. According to his calculations, the tomb of the god of sin should have appeared in Liang City. But now there was a deviation, and it actually appeared in Bluestone Town. There was a boy in Bluestone Town that even he could not see through. Could it be that the boy's calculation skill was better than his? 10 minutes later, the people of Bluestone Town were safely sent to Liang City by Ningqi. Uncle Qi, can we still go back to Bluestone Town? Chen Huan was a little worried. He would not be able to fulfill his father's dying wish if Bluestone Town was gone. Of course, but it will take some time. You should stay in Liang City in the meantime. Ningqi comforted Chen Huan, and with a single move, he rose into the air and returned to Bluestone Town. At the moment, Bluestone Town was completely shrouded in fog, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. Outside Bluestone Town was filled with prodigies brought by various Grand Luo, and there were roughly 50 of them, around 10,000. Among them, only 30% were immortals native to the homeworld, while the other 70% were from outside. Some of the Grand Luo could not wait any longer, and had sent their prodigies to try and see what level of immortals were allowed to enter the divine tomb. Ji Wulio frowned and said loudly, "The divine tomb is not fully open yet. It would be dangerous to enter now." Many people paused for a moment. Some believed in Ji Wulio, but some didn't. They thought that if they entered first, they might get a great opportunity. So they flashed into the fog and disappeared. No one knew whether they were in danger or had really entered the tomb of the god of sin, but they were sure. This time, both heavenly immortals and golden immortals could enter the divine tomb. Because of Ning Qi, those from the Jade Clear sect and the Mystic Sword sect stood together. Human immortals, earth immortals, heavenly immortals, golden immortals, all can enter? Qi Yao looked at Old Man Mystic Sword thoughtfully. Let's wait. Ji Wulio's words make some sense. Old Man Mystic Sword smiled. Chapter 25:55. The mist grew thicker and thicker, until finally there were even traces of golden light that seemed to be swimming dragons within the mist. When the Grand Luo present saw that, they knew that the divine mausoleum was fully opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another streaked through the air and into the mist. At this moment, every second was of utmost importance. Nobody knew if there would be a great opportunity waiting for them within the divine mausoleum when it was first opened. Only by seizing the initiative would there be a chance of seizing the opportunity. I wonder if we Grand Luo can enter. A Grand Luo from the outside world suddenly asked. We'll know once we try. Li Si had long since been itching to enter the divine mausoleum. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Seeing that Li Si was not obstructed by the mist, the Grand Luo present finally understood why the exotic mystic sect would send Ji Wulio this time. They believed that the exotic mystic sect had long since predicted that the second divine mausoleum would be opened. Grand Luo could enter the divine mausoleum. Let's go! One by one, the Grand Luo flew into the mist. This time, they could finally seize the opportunity with their own hands and did not have to pin their hopes on the disciples of their sections. There was a ripple of anticipation and excitement in their hearts, for it was extremely difficult to take a step further at the Grand Luo level. However, the divine mausoleum before them might have the opportunity they wanted. Ji Shan entered. The Grand Luo prodigies all entered the mist almost at the same time, followed closely by the Grand Luo of the 10 prefectures and the Grand Luo from the outside world. Elder. The exotic mystic sect prodigy looked at Ji Wulio. Let's go. Ji Wulio glanced at Ning Qi, smiled, and led the exotic mystic sect disciples into the mist. Junior sister, shall we go together? Bai Xingxue looked at Li Exan. Second senior brother, let's go in first. Li Exan smiled. All right. Bai Xingxue snorted inwardly, but maintained his smile on the surface and nodded with great grace before flashing into the mist. Let's go too, mysterious sword. Qi Yao said, the divine mausoleum this time won't be simple. At the very least, the danger inside is much greater than the first one. Even you and I, as Grand Luo, could fall. Old Man Mysterious Sword said indifferently, if you want a fortuitous encounter, you naturally have to face danger. I understand that. If you don't want to go, I'll go alone. Qi Yao frowned, who said, I'm not going. The corners of Old Man Mysterious Sword's mouth curled up slightly as he glanced at Ning Qi. Brat Ning, if I can't leave this divine tomb, you'll be the one to take the position of sect master of the Mysterious Sword sect. Old Man Mysterious Sword's words were not hidden from the crowd, so when the disciples of the Xianjian sect heard those words, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword and Ning Qi in disbelief. At the same time, they were less excited and more frightened. Even the old ancestor felt that the tomb of the god of sin was very dangerous this time. If they entered it with low cultivation, wouldn't they die? Damn it, Master actually wants him to be the sect leader. Shi Yifan's heart was in turmoil, but he did not show any unusual expression on his face. Ning Chi was not the same as before. He could even kill a grand luo like White Bones with a single slash. He would not dare to provoke Ning Chi even if he was given 100 guts. Nalin Shiji, Hizei, Li Zhangtong, and the others had similar thoughts as Shi Yifan. However, among them, there were a few who felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation toward Old Man Mysterious Sword's arrangements. If Ning Chi were to take the position of sect master of the Xianjian sect, would he lead the Xianjian sect out of the ancestral planet and become a more powerful sect? An even more powerful sect, such as the Jiang family of the Central Empire? Or the upper sect of the Xianjian sect, the Ascension sect? Long live the old ancestor. It's best if you don't say such inauspicious words. Ning Chi smiled and then walked into the fog. His pace was slow, neither too fast nor too slow, which formed a sharp contrast with the figures beside him that were rushing away. Ying Jinchuan, Li Xan, and the others followed behind Ning Chi and entered the mist at the same time. You guys go in first. Qi Yao waved his hand. The prodigies of the Ascension sect and Xianjian sect were already impatient and rushed into the mist. Soon, other than Qi Yao and Old Man Mysterious Sword, there were no other immortals outside Bluestone Town. However, there were many mortals hiding in the distance, peeking their heads out to look. Their eyes were filled with excitement, greed, fear, and hesitation. Mysterious Sword, what did you calculate? Qi Yao looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword with a serious expression. I didn't calculate anything. Old Man Mysterious Sword shook his head. Impossible. Given your temperament, why would you say something like that if you didn't calculate anything? It's like you're leaving behind your last words. Qi Yao frowned. I can calculate the heavens, earth, humans, immortals, and demons, but I can't calculate myself. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled and walked into the mist. Qi Yao immediately followed after him. However, he still had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He had a feeling that something bad would happen when the god's tomb opened. The immortals had all entered the mist, and many mortals who were hiding in the distance began to approach Bluestone Town tentatively. Suddenly, a young man rushed into the mist and disappeared from everyone's sight. When the rest of the mortals saw this, they gritted their teeth and entered the mist, regardless of whether they were old or young, women or children. They knew that the immortals of Bluestone Town and Liang City had been waiting for this place for decades. There were things that even the immortals desired in this place. To them, it was even more precious. How could they let go of such an opportunity to approach the path of immortality? Just like last time after entering the mist, Ning Chi was separated from Li Xian and Ying Jinchuan. However, this time around, the god's tomb resembled a palace buried deep underground. The long, pitch-black corridor was illuminated by oil lamps that were 150 meters long. Looking into the distance, the oil lamps were like specks of starlight that adorned the long corridor. There seemed to be no end to the corridor. Ning Chi walked to an oil lamp and reached out his hand. A spark flew out from the oil lamp and landed on Ning Chi's palm. Even with Ning Chi's perfected sky-fiend corporeal body cultivation, he was unable to completely defend against the spark. It burned a scar on his palm. Great Tao Fire. The owner of this god's tomb is not simple. Perhaps the immortal slain gourd is really inside? Ning Chi smiled slightly and took a step back, distancing himself from the oil lamp. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. The flames on the oil lamp were not ordinary flames, but flames of the Great Path formed by the power of the Great Path. Its power was no less than that of an ordinary mid-grade Tao item. Yet it was only used to decorate the corridor. The owner of the tomb must have had a very high cultivation when he was alive. Senior Brother Ning? A surprised voice came from behind. Chapter 2556. What? Am I that frightening? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Of course not. Li Zhangtong forced himself to calm down and said with a forced smile, We just didn't expect to meet senior brother Ning so soon. The three of us are a little surprised. This place is full of danger. You three should be careful. Ning Qi smiled. Then he ignored the three of them and walked away. Should we follow him or not? Yang Xiaolong looked at Yan Feiwu and Li Zhangtong. Let's follow him. Senior brother Ning is so powerful that he can kill a Grand Luo with a single slash. It's much safer to follow him, Yan Feiwu said. Li Zhangtong's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation before he nodded. Follow. The three of them immediately chased after Ning Qi. After following him tentatively for a while, they breathed sighs of relief when they saw that Ning Qi didn't chase them away. However, they didn't dare to get too close to Ning Qi. In their eyes, Ning Qi might be a celestial immortal, but in reality he was equivalent to Patriarch Origin Firmament. I don't know what to do with the advancement mission this time. Ning Qi did not have time to pay attention to the three as he muttered to himself. On the day Chen Asen died, Ning Qi had already recovered his cultivation base and broken through several bottlenecks. Be it immortal cultivation base or demonic cultivation base, he had reached the great perfection stage. Celestial immortal perfection. Heavenly demon perfection. If he didn't use the emotion extinguishing sword art, Ning Qi's current combat strength could even put up a fight against a perfected golden immortal. If he used the emotion extinguishing sword art, Ning Qi felt that he could even kill Bai Xingxue, Li Si, Jishan, and even Jiang Wei, who was shot to death by the immortal extermination bow. The sword could cut through all things. The first move of the Love Destroyer sword art could slay a Zenith Heaven. Whether it was an early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal or a perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, regardless of whether they had condensed 3 to 5 Dao fruits or 33 Dao fruits, the Love Destroyer sword art treated everyone equally. However, Ning Qi still had no clue about the second move of the Love Destroyer sword art. He might comprehend it tomorrow, or he might not even be able to in a million years. Therefore, he could not put all his eggs in one basket. Although the Love Destroyer sword art was powerful, his cultivation base still had to be improved. When he reached the heavenly immortal perfection, the system had already issued an advancement mission. The mission was completed if he found the demon ancestor's heart. Heart of the demon ancestor? Ning Qi had never heard of such a thing, but from the words on the surface, it was definitely related to the demon race. He thought about posting a post on the forum and asking those capable people. However, the demon race was the same as the ancient immortal race. They were too sensitive in the immortal world, and posting a post could easily cause a stir. If the attention of others attracted the attention of the Tiandao clan, then Ning Qi's emotionless sword art would be useless. After all, he was still no match for a profound immortal. It only gave me a mission, but it didn't give me any clues. Luckily, there is no time limit. Ning Qi thought to himself. If it was before he became immortal, he might be a little anxious. However, after he became immortal and comprehended the first move of the Love Destroyer swordsmanship, Ning Qi was no longer very anxious to break through to the golden immortal realm. Since the system had given him such a mission, he could probably find some clues in the future. Because as long as the demon ancestor's heart existed, it was impossible for it to be completely untraceable. Just how long is this corridor? If we continue walking like this, how many years and months will it take? 1 month passed, and Yang Xiaolong's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. The long corridor was the same as before, with no end in sight. Maybe we should speed up? Yan Feiwu looked at Li Zhangtong. No, Senior Brother Ning said that this place is full of danger. If we go forward rashly, we can easily die here. You and I are only at the Earth Immortal Great Circle. The master of this god's tomb might be stronger than the master of the first god's tomb. If 1 or 2 existences like the black-armored warriors appear, will we be able to escape? Li Zhangtong shook his head. Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong felt that it made sense. Compared to opportunities, their lives were more important. It was better not to rush forward. rashly. A day later, the three followed behind Ningqi as usual. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. The three were shocked. This time, hundreds of thousands of immortals entered. But after such a long time, they had not met a fourth person other than the black-armored warrior and Ningqi. They had already guessed that this god's tomb might be very large. The commotion in front of them should be made by other immortals who had entered this place. Ningqi's footsteps paused slightly, and he stopped on the spot. Li Zhangtang and the other two subconsciously moved closer to Ningqi and looked ahead with solemn expressions. The commotion was getting closer and closer, and they saw more than a dozen figures rushing over. After a few breaths, they saw Ningqi, Li Zhangtang, and the others. This was a group of heaven's prides with the cultivation of heaven immortals. However, this group of prides did not recognize Ningqi. On the day White Bones died, they were all in Liang City and did not follow their patriarch to Bluestone Town. Moreover, they came from the outside world, so they only knew Ningqi's name but did not know his appearance. When they saw Ningqi and the other three, they looked at each other. Suddenly, one of them reached out to grab Ningqi, while the others grabbed Li Zhangtang and the others. "What are you doing?" Li Zhangtang and the other two shouted in shock and anger. They wanted to resist, but the opponents were all heaven immortals, and with their cultivation, they could not resist at all. "What is that?" Yang Xiaolong knew why this group of people wanted to escape. Behind them, there was a black shadow walking slowly towards them. This black shadow did not look like a living person, but like a puppet refined by some kind of puppet technique. It exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and its gem-like eyes were flashing with a faint red light. Then Li Zhangtang and the other two were flung towards the puppet. Like them, Ningqi was also flung towards the puppet by the heaven immortal. Including these four, there are 10 of us. This puppet will leave after killing 10 people. We are truly lucky to meet 4 ancestral star natives here. After doing all that, the group of heavenly immortals relaxed. One of them even had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Zhangtang and the other two finally understood that the puppet in front of them should be a product of this tomb of the god of sin. Moreover, it would leave after killing 10 people. They were now used as bait to feed this puppet. The puppet's neck twitched slightly, and it turned to look at the 4 figures flying towards it, then reached out a palm. Then, Chapter 2557. Say, Senior, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. The celestial immortal who grabbed Ningqi and threw him to the puppet hurriedly laughed. What a joke! To dismember a puppet with the power of a golden immortal in the blink of an eye, what kind of means was required to do that? They already knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Li Zhangtang and the other two looked at the group of celestial immortals with slight mockery. Based on their understanding of Ningqi, these celestial immortals would not live for more than 10 minutes. But then they still felt a lingering fear. If they had advanced rashly, it was very likely that they would have met these celestial immortals even sooner and died under the puppet's hands. This time, they had survived, thanks to them, following behind Ningqi. Ningqi lowered his head and fiddled with it for a while. There was some kind of formation on this puppet, and the craftsmanship was very exquisite. The materials used were not ordinary materials for refining immortal artifacts, but more like materials for refining Tao artifacts. However, this puppet was not a Tao artifact because it did not have the aura of the great Tao. At this moment, this puppet could not be more dead. Ningqi no longer paid attention to it, but turned his gaze to the group of celestial immortals. Misunderstanding? Ningqi smiled. Senior, we acted rashly and offended you. Please, for the sake of my master, forgive us this once. The celestial immortal smiled embarrassedly. What is your master's name? Ningqi asked as he walked towards the group of celestial immortals. My master's name is Puff. Before he could finish, the celestial immortal looked at Ningqi in shock, and then his corpse fell to the side, dead. When the rest of the celestial immortals saw this, They did not dare to stay where they were. They turned and fled. But as soon as they turned, they felt a cold sensation on their necks. Before they could react, their heads were separated from their bodies and fell to the ground. This time, Li Zhangtong and the other two watched Ning Qi fight at close range. The more they watched, the faster their hearts beat. It was too terrifying. Just a few ordinary swords had killed more than 10 celestial immortals. If Ning Qi attacked them, they would not even have time to react. Compared to when Ning Qi had just arrived at the Missing Moon Peak, he was unbelievably strong. A trace of regret flashed in Li Zhangtong's eyes. If he had known this, he would not have been tempted by Hizei to secretly drag Ning Qi down. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. One day, this matter would be exposed. At that time, the benefit that these heavenly immortals brought Ning Qi was a dozen or so merit points. Adding the merit points he got from killing Jiang Wei and destroying Whitebone Sect, Ning Qi now had more than 400 merit points. However, this amount of merit points was still not enough to exchange for anything good. Senior Brother Ning, Li Zhangtong suddenly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "What's up?" Ning Qi said lightly. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, "Do you remember the mission that was issued in the academy?" A hint of hesitation flashed across Li Zhangtong's eyes before he clenched his teeth and said. Hearing this, Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong jumped in fright, looking at Li Zhangtong in disbelief. Could it be that she wants to? I remember. I issued a mission to purchase the ancient demon poison, but the disciples in the sect raised the price, so I withdrew the mission. Ning Qi looked at Li Zhangtong with a faint smile. That incident was actually instigated by senior brother Hizei. We all had a hand in it. After saying this, Li Zhangtong let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure that had been lingering in her heart immediately dissipated. Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong's faces turned pale. They could not help but tremble. In their hearts, they blamed Li Zhangtong for disregarding their lives and telling Ning Qi about the evil deeds that she had done behind their backs. Okay, I got it. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and continued to walk deeper into the corridor. Li Zhangtong was slightly startled. Seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of teaching her a lesson, her eyes suddenly flashed with joy, and she quickly followed. This, Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong looked at each other in confusion. Ning Qi was letting them go just like that? Seeing that Ning Qi and Li Zhangtong had gone far, the two hurriedly followed. Like Li Zhangtong, they were somewhat happy. Since Ning Qi did not teach them a lesson on the spot, it was obvious that he did not take the matter to heart. Or perhaps he did not want to do anything to them. Regardless, at least they did not have to worry about Ning Qi finding out about the matter. As for what would happen to Hizei, who instigated them, they did not care at all. A few more days passed. Li Zhangtong and the others finally saw the end of the corridor. It was a bronze door, and the corridor had become much wider. Hundreds of immortals with different auras were gathered in front of the bronze door. Among them was an old man who emanated the aura of a grand luo. He was currently sitting on the back of a giant tortoise with a thoughtful look on his face. The immortals nearby, regardless of which sect they hailed from, were all very respectful toward the grand luo. They did not dare to get too close to the bronze door, and instead left the grand luo alone to ponder in front of it. That's Ning Beixian. Many people noticed the arrival of Ning Qi and his crew. Among them, some had seen Ning Qi before, thus they immediately recognized him after seeing him. Their expressions became extremely interesting, as many of them were geniuses from the Ingzhou continent. Seeing Ning Qi walking toward the bronze door, the crowd automatically made a path for him. Gazes of respect, admiration, fear, and fear fell upon Ning Qi. Just as Ning Qi approached the bronze doors, the Grand Luo frowned and turned to look at Ning Qi, finding him rather familiar. However, even if a mere full-fledged heavenly immortal gave him a familiar feeling, there was no way he was someone from his circle. Therefore, the Grand Luo frowned and barked at Ning Qi stand back. Don't disturb my thoughts. Is that tortoise riding Grand Luo tired of living? His aura doesn't seem much stronger than White Bones, and yet he dares to speak to Ning Beixian like that. He must have just arrived at the home world. Many of the Golden Immortals present had weird looks on their faces. That was when one of the Golden Immortals who wanted to curry favor with the Grand Luo could not help transmitting. Senior, he's Ning Beixian, the one who killed the prodigy of the Jiang family, the one who transmitted thought that the old man would know of Jiang Wei's reputation. Moreover, Jiang Wei was stronger than White Bones, so he naturally used him as an example. Ning Beixian? The old man did a double take. No wonder he found the name familiar. He had seen the live stream when Jiang Wei was killed. Oh, so you're Ning Beixian. My apologies. Chapter 2558. You're too kind, Senior. How should I address you? Ning Qi did not seem to be angry at the old man's impoliteness. Instead, he smiled pleasantly. South Sea Turtle riding old man. The old man smiled and said his name. What a coincidence! Ning Qi first met the servant of the profound Azure Mansion, then the old man. Both of them were big haters in the posts he posted, and now he met them in real life. The former was fine since Ning Qi was not interested in the profound Azure Mansion, and he was the one who scolded Li Si first. As for the latter, it's Senior Turtle riding old man. My apologies. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. The immortals nearby looked a little strange. Why did he call him Senior Turtle riding old man instead of South Sea Senior? Turtle riding old man. That's a little indecent. The tortoise riding old man frowned. But when he was certain that Ning Qi was not teasing him at all, a hint of displeasure flashed through his eyes, and he smiled insincerely. Young brother Ning, you've already killed a Grand Luo at such a young age. Such a feat is enough to stand proudly even in the vast immortal realm. However, if we show off our abilities and stand out from the crowd, we will easily attract disaster. Killed a Grand Luo? Weren't there two? Only then did everyone realize that this Grand Luo probably did not know that White Bones was stabbed to death by Ning Qi. Senior Turtle riding old man worries too much. Ning Qi smiled. I hope I'm just worrying too much. The South Sea Turtle riding old man smiled. A hint of imperceptible greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Many people in the All Heavens Forum were discussing the bow Ning Qi used to kill Jiang Wei, and the final conclusion was that it was probably an upper-grade Dao artifact. Not long after he arrived at the Ancestral Star, not only did he enter the second Divine Tomb, but he was also lucky enough to meet Ning Qi. How could he let go of such an opportunity? If he could get his hands on that bow, his combat power would definitely increase by several levels. By then, he might even be able to fight against a profound immortal. If he had that bow in his hand, I would definitely not be his opponent. However, although his cultivation is different from the rumors, he is already a peak heaven immortal. But if I attack from behind, he will definitely not be able to defend himself. By then, I'll interrogate him, and I believe he will definitely hand over the bow. Turtle riding Senior, can't you open the bronze gate? Ning Qi asked with a smile. The turtle riding old man's thoughts were immediately pulled back. He glanced at the bronze gate and suppressed the urge to attack. No one knew what was behind the bronze gate. Perhaps it was a fortuitous encounter, or perhaps it was a danger. No one knew how it would open or if it would open on its own. In such an environment, filled with uncertainty, the old man did not plan on attacking Ning Qi so early. In truth, he was rather wary of Ning Qi aside from the entity behind the bronze door. His cultivation was worlds apart from Jiang Wei's, and if Jiang Wei was a prodigy amongst Grand Luo, he would be the bottom feeder amongst Grand Luo, perhaps even a little weaker than the Grand Luo of the homeworld. After cultivating for so many years, he had only condensed 2 Dao fruits, and it was only because he had obtained the All-Heaven Talisman by chance that he had condensed the second Dao fruit. Previously, he had only condensed 1 Dao fruit at the early stage of the perfected golden immortal realm. There's a hidden mechanism in this bronze door. Do you have any idea what it is? The turtle-riding old man from the South Sea said with a smile. Senior, you're a grand luo. Can't you break it with brute force? Ning Chi smiled. This place is filled with danger. If I were to use brute force and trigger a backlash, wouldn't I be reduced to ashes even if I'm a grand luo? The turtle-riding old man from the South Sea said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. While there was no ripple of mystic energy on the bronze door, who could guarantee that there was no special formation over it? One look was enough to tell that the divine mausoleum was no trifling matter, and the lord of the mausoleum must have been a great being when he was alive. With his ability, how difficult would it be for him to set up a formation that not even Grand Luo could see through? You're right, Senior. I've been thoughtless. Ning Chi smiled light-heartedly. After all, this old fellow was not as brainless as those on the Heavenly Forum. The lord of the mausoleum has refined puppets to guard the door, and he must be fond of mechanisms. As the top prodigy of the homeworld, who could slay even the Jiang family's Grand Luo, you must be intelligent. Why don't you give it a try and see if you could open this bronze door? The turtle-riding old man from the South Sea smiled. Ning Chi's gaze fell upon the handle of the bronze door. His eyes twitched, and he went up to pull the handle. Hee, young friend, do you think the lord of the mausoleum would let you open the bronze door so easily? There was a flash of mockery in the turtle-riding old man's eyes, but he was inwardly delighted. Ning Chi did not appear to be very smart, suggesting that he could open the door with brute force and now indulging in the wildest fantasies. Did he think that he could open the door just by pulling the handle? Still, the more foolish Ning Chi was, the happier he was. Only a fool would do it. That was the experience of the turtle-riding old man over the years, and he had relied on it to forcefully ascend to Grand Luo despite many seniors of his sect looking down on him. The turtle-riding old man was not the only one who thought so. Everyone else seemed to share the same thought, and all of them appeared rather puzzled. The bronze door was clearly used to stop tomb raiders like them, so how could it be so easy? Creak! Ning Chi reached out and pulled the handle, quietly opening the 8th of the 9 inner hidden gates. With a slight tug, the bronze door creaked as if it was decaying, and Ning Chi slowly pulled it open. It opened. Everyone was left dumbfounded. How could it be so easy? The turtle-riding old man's face alternated between green and red, and then he used a smile to hide his embarrassment, laughing loudly. To think that the lord of the mausoleum would play a joke on us, haha. After a moment of surprise, everyone subconsciously took a few steps forward, wanting to see what was behind the bronze door. If it was still a long corridor, then they would be left in despair. It was a huge hall, an extremely large hall, and through the gap in the door, everyone could see that there were many similar bronze doors. With a cursory glance, there were no less than 1,000 of them, which was enough to prove that there were many more corridors like this one. The rest of the immortals might be behind those bronze doors. On the other side, there were a total of 9 bronze chairs in the center of the huge hall. There was no one on them, and they were placed in the center of the empty hall, exuding an eerie aura from head to toe. At that moment, the tortoise beneath the turtle-riding old man's feet suddenly moved, silently bringing him closer to Ning Chi. Close. Chapter 2559. Oh, is that so? The turtle-riding old man's breathing was a little out of sorts. Just as he was about to attack Ning Chi coincidentally turned around, startling the cautious old man. A Grand Luo was startled by a full-fledged heavenly immortal, not to mention that Ning Chi had killed White Bones with a single strike. He would be laughed at if word got out. However, it was normal for the turtle-riding old man. He was just that timid. Ning Chi discreetly put some distance between himself and the old man. He did not want to stab the old man to death so soon, because he still had to confirm if this fellow was the one from the forums. Everyone walked into the hall. Apart from them, there was no one else in the hall. The rest of the people were most likely behind the bronze doors. These chairs seem very ordinary. There's nothing wrong with them. The turtle-riding old man frowned as he studied the 9 bronze chairs. They're just too ordinary. Even a single lamp in this divine tomb is the Tao fire. There must be a reason why the divine tomb's master placed these 9 bronze chairs here. Ning Qi smiled. That makes sense. The turtle-riding old man smiled. The others watched as Ning Qi and the turtle-riding old man conversed in front of the 9 bronze chairs, discussing the purpose of the chairs. While they had their own thoughts, they did not dare to voice them. After all, one of them was a Grand Luo, while the other was a monster who could easily slay a Grand Luo. Perhaps we'll know once we sit on it. The turtle-riding old man's eyes lit up as he swept his gaze at the immortals behind him. There were human immortals and golden immortals among them, and all of them felt a chill run down their spines. You! The turtle-riding old man picked 9 people. All of you sit on it. As senior, one of the golden immortals laughed awkwardly. Why don't we wait for the other seniors to arrive before we decide? What a joke. How could they sit on the 9 bronze chairs when they knew that the divine tomb was filled with dangers? They might lose their lives if there was really something wrong with them. Oh, I'm a Grand Luo, but even my words don't work? The tortoise-riding old man from the South Sea smiled. Although his tone was very calm, the 9 people who had been chosen could sense a strong murderous intent in his words. Senior Brother Ning, Li Zhangtong could not help but look at Ning Qi with a hint of pleading in her eyes. She was one of the people chosen by the turtle-riding old man of the South Sea. Senior, I'm from the High Clarity sect of the Juku Prefecture. There are Grand Luo in the sect as well. The gold immortal who spoke first smiled wryly. Opportunity waits for no one. If you don't get on it, I'll have to do it myself. The tortoise-riding old man from the South Sea revealed a sinister smile as the shadow of an immortal tree gradually appeared above his head. Its trunk was bare, with only a single Tao fruit hanging on it. Such a shabby scene still made these people feel pressured, even though the strongest among them was only a gold immortal. The 9 people were still unwilling to sit on the bronze chairs. They all looked at Ning Qi. Right now, the only one who could plead for them was Ning Qi. Humph, you're courting death. The South Sea tortoise-riding old man sneered and immediately attacked. However, his target was not the 9 people, but Ning Qi, who was standing not far away from him. Seeing that Ning Qi did not move, the South Sea tortoise-riding old man smiled triumphantly. It was almost impossible for a Grand Luo to fail in ambushing a full-fledged heavenly immortal. It was a rare opportunity. The South Sea tortoise-riding old man felt that he might not be able to fight them for the immortal slayer Bao if the other Grand Luo were present. After some hesitation, he felt that he could not delay any longer, and that he should act decisively. Immortal Qi, imbued with the presence of the Tao, swept towards Ning Qi like a tidal wave. But just as the South Sea tortoise-riding old man thought that he was about to succeed, a sword suddenly shot out of the wave, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding immortal Qi. The sword smoothly fell into the South Sea tortoise-riding old man's hand. On his arm, splat, the immortal Qi vanished. An arm fell to the ground. The South Sea tortoise-riding old man gaped at his fallen arm, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Senior, you seem to have hit the wrong direction. They're over there. Ning Qi put Xiao He away and smiled. After chopping off the South Sea tortoise-riding old man's arm, Xiao He's presence skyrocketed. What was originally a broken inferior-grade immortal item had now become a better inferior-grade immortal item. Ning Qi's guess about Xiao He was becoming more and more accurate. It could indeed grow in battle, or perhaps recover. As for how much it could recover, Ning Qi did not know. Yes, I hit the wrong direction. The South Sea tortoise-riding old man recovered from his shock and nodded to admit that he had hit the wrong direction without batting an eyelid. Then he picked up the arm from the ground and placed it on his shoulder, reattaching it in less than a breath's time. However, everyone could clearly sense that the arm's presence was much weaker than before. Forward. Beneath his calm face was a storm of shock. How is this possible? What kind of demonic technique is that? My immortal chi is completely useless in front of it. Once one reached the Grand Luo realm and nurtured a Tao fruit, their immortal chi would carry the presence of the Tao. While they would not be able to wield the power of the Tao as they pleased like profound immortals who had nurtured the power of the Tao, they would still be immeasurably stronger than beings below the Grand Luo realm. It was a qualitative change, and yet he had suffered a setback in front of Ning Qi. Before this, he had always thought that Ning Qi had relied on the immortal slayer Bao to kill Jiang Wei. Now, however, he understood that Ning Qi was far from being that simple. "Senior, you don't look too well. Why don't you take a seat and rest for a while?" Ning Qi smiled. The South Sea tortoise-riding old man froze, then stared fixedly at Ning Qi. After a while he sighed and muttered to himself, "I do need to rest." With that he walked toward the 9 bronze chairs and hesitated for a moment before sitting down on one of them. "The 8 of you should take a seat as well." Chapter 2560. Well, why don't we wait for our patriarchs to arrive before making a decision? The 8 prodigies named by Ning Qi chuckled awkwardly. The sight of Ning Qi cutting down the tortoise-riding old man with a single swing of his sword had made them lose their confidence as prodigies. Still, for the sake of their lives, they wanted to try and see if they could buy some time. "Oh, so you won't have to sit on the chairs when your patriarchs arrive? That won't do, will it?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. It was only then that the 8 realized that Ning Qi had a point. Even their patriarchs might not be a match for Ning Qi. Thinking of that, the 8 of them shyly walked to the bronze chairs and sat down. During this process, everyone's expressions were very solemn. They wanted to see what would happen next. In the end, the 9 bronze chairs were all occupied, but there was no change. "Little friend, it seems that your guess is also wrong. Perhaps these 9 bronze chairs were placed here for people to rest on." The tortoise-riding old man laughed awkwardly and rose. The other 8 promptly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just escaped from a disaster. It was then that the other bronze doors opened one after another, with figures entering the hall. It appeared that they had also noticed that there were no seals on the bronze doors, and that they could open them as long as they had enough strength. It was as if the owner of the tomb was playing a joke on them. There were 1,000 bronze doors here, and behind each were dozens to hundreds of immortals. Almost 100,000 figures poured in at once, but the hall did not appear crowded at all. Ning Qi looked around and found several familiar faces, but familiar Grand Luo such as Li Xian, Ing Jinshuan, Old Man Mystic Sword, Qi Yao, Patriarch Stone River, the 10 sovereigns, and Elder Pei were not among them. The number of people here was much fewer than those who entered. Perhaps there were several more halls like this. The 8 prodigies who were forced to sit on the bronze chairs by Ning Qi each sought out their own patriarchs and hid behind them, their lips moving as they clearly informed them of what had happened. The tortoise-riding old man breathed a sigh of relief at the sudden arrival of over 100 Grand Luo. He dared not stand too close to Ning Qi, and instead found a few familiar Grand Luo to stand with. There was still a hint of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. "He's here, too." Li Si and Bai Xingxue exchanged glances. The 2 of them stood a short distance away from Ji Wuliu. Seeing that Ning Qi had already appeared in the large hall, they could not help but suspect that Ning Qi had already taken away some sort of opportunity. As for the other Grand Luo who had entered with them, none of them were present. Ning Beixian arrived earlier than us? Apart from the 9 bronze chairs, there's nothing else in this huge hall. Could it be that a Tao artifact has already fallen into his hands? This time, the Grand Luo present looked at Ning Qi with complicated gazes. There was doubt and fear. They were all present on the day Ning Qi slew White Bone, which was why even if they were doubtful, they would not say it right away and draw Ning Qi's hostility. Instead, they would wait for others to speak up. Brother Ji, there are only these 9 bronze chairs here. Your Yixian sect is the most knowledgeable. I wonder why the owner of the tomb placed these 9 bronze chairs here. An extremely tall, burly man with a hint of a mortal beast aura spoke to Ji Wuliu. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi with an inexplicable expression. Ning Qi took a look at the burly man's attributes and found that he was a middle-stage, perfected golden immortal. Although he did not know how many Dao fruits he had, he was certain that he was not an immortal, but an immortal beast in human form. Immortal beasts had bloodline legacies and were born extremely powerful. Different species and bloodlines would result in different cultivations that could take human form. Some immortal beasts might not even be able to take human form even when they reached the level of primordial unity true immortal. Unlike demonic cultivators, the bloodline of demonic beasts was very ordinary. They were ordinary beasts that obtained opportunities and embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming known as demonic immortals. There were not many demonic immortals and immortal beasts on the homeworld, and most of them had yet to become Grand Luo. However, Ning Qi had heard that in places like the Langya mystic realm, the number of demonic immortals and immortal beasts was not much lower than that of immortals. Moreover, the two did not belong to the same faction, and basically did not see eye to eye with each other. Hence, among the 100 or so Grand Luo present, only the burly man was an immortal beast, while the rest were ordinary immortals. This might be a formation. Ji Wuliu smiled faintly. A formation, huh? But they don't have the aura that a formation should have. The burly man frowned. Because it's not complete. Ji Wuliu walked up to the bronze chair and glanced at it, saying with some emotion, "The spirit materials used to build this chair have disappeared from the immortal realm for many years. I didn't expect to see them here. It's clear that the owner of this tomb lived for a very long time, and this homeworld is said to be the birthplace of immortals. There must be a reason for that." The eyes of the Grand Luo present lit up when he heard that. Since these spiritual materials had disappeared from the immortal realm for so many years, they must be extremely valuable items. If they were to take them away and smelt them into the original spiritual materials, they might be able to forge powerful sage items. However, the strong man's mind was not on the spiritual materials. Instead, he said thoughtfully, "Brother Ji, according to what you said, this formation is not complete. Presumably, there are other similar bronze chairs in other places in the tomb of the god of sin. Only with the addition of them can the formation be complete. If it's a formation, then is it a killing formation or a warp formation? It must be a killing formation or a warp formation." Ji Wuliu smiled. "If that's the case, we'll know once we test it." The burly man's eyes twitched. The Grand Luo present shared a glance, knowing what the burly man meant. As for those below Grand Luo, they were not worried at all since their patriarchs were beside them, but those without had a sour look on their faces. If they were going to test it, someone had to sit on it, and a candidate. It would probably have to be chosen from among them. Ji Wuliu himself had said that it could be a killing formation or a warp formation, and one could imagine how great the risk involved was. "Well, we've tried it just now, but there was no reaction at all." The turtle-riding old man's eyes twitched, and he suddenly spoke. "Have you?" Ji Wuliu smiled. "What's the harm in trying again?" Chapter 2561. As soon as the burly man said this, everyone present felt some admiration. They knew that Ning Qi's methods were terrifying, but he had inexplicably stabbed White Bone to death with his sword. Back then he had killed Jiang Wei, the genius of the Jiang family, with one arrow. Jiang Wei was someone who had condensed 20 fruits of the Wei. They still dared to provoke him? How iron-headed. Li Si, by Xing Shue, and the turtle-riding old man of the southern sea all revealed gloating expressions. "He, including me, we are still short of 8 people. Why don't we go together?" Ning Qi smiled and said. Tai Yuan looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "Very well. Having the number 1 prodigy of the ancestral star to risk his life with me, what an honor. After saying that, he actually walked towards the bronze chair and sat on it. Come on. Tai Yuan sneered at Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He slowly walked to the bronze chair in the center and sat down. Seeing this, everyone had a strange expression. Then they saw Ji Wuliu also walking towards the bronze chair. Something's wrong. Li Si and Bai Xingxue looked at each other. In the next moment, their figures moved slightly, and each appeared in front of a bronze chair. In addition to Ning Qi, Tai Yuan, Ji Wuliu, Li Si, and Bai Xingxue, there were only 4 empty chairs left. Even the Grand Luo, who had been unwilling to risk their lives, had noticed that something was off. Logically speaking, would Ji Wuliu and the others be so self-aware as to sit on the chairs if there really was danger? That was when the tortoise-riding old man from the South Sea reacted and snatched one of the bronze chairs. There were only 3 bronze chairs left, but there were still over 100 Grand Luo present. It seems that this bronze chair is the real key to entering the tomb of the god of sin. Perhaps we are only at the entrance. That's right. It's a pity we didn't notice it earlier. Still, with so many Grand Luo present, it wouldn't have been our turn even if we did. A trace of regret flashed in many people's eyes. However, they still had some doubts in their hearts. If the bronze chairs were really a teleportation array, why was there no movement even though 9 people had just sat on them? That senior from the Yixian sect said that this formation is incomplete. Perhaps we need 9 people to sit on the bronze chairs in other places at the same time. Only then can we activate this teleportation formation. Li Jiangtong's eyes moved slightly. She felt that her guess seemed to be quite reasonable. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. There are still 3 bronze chairs left. How about this? This old man will take the risk and give it a try. A Grand Luo native to the homeworld chuckled and walked straight towards the bronze chair. Ning Qi glanced at the Grand Luo's attributes and noticed that he was the patriarch of the Mountain Breaker sect. Hold on. Let me do this kind of dangerous work. You don't seem to be in good health. What if you encounter any danger? A slightly younger Grand Luo grinned as he stepped forward to stop the Mountain Destruction sect's elder ancestor and headed towards the bronze throne, only to be stopped by another. The situation was now in a stalemate. Out of the 100 or so Grand Luo, apart from the dozen or so who were extremely cautious, the rest were planning to fight for the remaining 3 seats. Still, they retained a shred of rationality in their hearts and chose not to make a move. None of them was confident that they could remain unscathed in a battle between dozens of Grand Luo. Moreover, the juniors around them might be dragged into the fight as well. That was why they could only rely on their verbal cannons to persuade their opponents to give up their seats. Tai Yuan frowned slightly. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Ji Wuliu's smile remained on his face as if he was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he appeared to be very interested in the scene before him. Forget it. We'll just play rock, paper, scissors like mortals. Either way, both sides would suffer if we fight. Someone suggested. The suggestion was approved by the other Grand Luo. Soon, their juniors watched curiously as more than 80 Grand Luo rolled up their sleeves and played round after round of rock, paper, scissors like mortals. Eventually, 3 of them emerged victorious and claimed the remaining 3 seats, including the beaming Grand Luo. The middle-aged Grand Luo who had stopped him was defeated in the rock, paper, scissors game, and his expression did not look too good. Hold on. The other 8 seats are occupied by Grand Luo. Isn't it a little inappropriate to let a heavenly immortal take one of them? What if it affects the formation? The middle-aged Grand Luo, who had been defeated, suddenly spoke. While he did not mention Ning Qi's name, everyone present knew who he was referring to. After all, the only heavenly immortal sitting on the bronze chair was Ning Qi, and he was 2 ranks lower than the Grand Luo beside him. Not bad. Indeed, it might affect the balance of the formation. The other Grand Luo looked at each other and chimed in. They might not have dared to provoke a monster like Ning Chi if they were alone, but with so many Grand Luo joining forces, they did not believe that Ning Chi could beat them all. No matter how frightening Ning Chi's methods were, they believed that there must be a limit to them. In the end, Ning Chi's cultivation was still merely that of a Grand Luo. He was just a celestial immortal. Perhaps today was the perfect day to test Ning Chi, since there were not so many Grand Luo gathered at other times. Little friend Ning, why don't you come down and give up your seat, and arrange for the other 8 celestial immortals to sit with you? The middle-aged Grand Luo grinned at Ning Chi. What if I don't come down? Ning Chi laughed. The other Grand Luo chuckled and took a step forward, standing behind the middle-aged Grand Luo and looking at Ning Chi. Their intentions were clear. The middle-aged Grand Luo became even more confident and smiled at Ning Chi. Little friend Ning, we don't want to bully the weak like White Bone, but with so many seniors here, we won't be stabbed to death like White Bone. It would be heartbreaking if such a prodigy were to die here. I advise you to be obedient and give up your seat to us old folks. What do you say? You wait? No, killing you alone is enough. The corner of Ning Chi's lips curled up. The middle-aged Grand Luo felt a dangerous aura engulfing him at those words, and was left rather shocked. That fellow actually dared to attack so many Grand Luo? Uft. The tip of the sword poked out from the back of the middle-aged Grand Luo's head. He then slowly sheathed it. From the moment Ning Chi drew his sword to the moment he sheathed it, there was not a hint of smoke or fire at all, as if he had done something very ordinary. There was a glint of amusement in Ji Wulio's eyes. He had already noticed the middle-aged Grand Luo's death chi when he spoke. Tai Yuan did not seem to feel anything from Ning Chi's sword and maintained his cold smile. On the other hand, Li Si, Bai Xingxue, and the others were even more wary of Ning Chi. The most terrified of all was the old tortoise-riding man of the South Sea. He had thought that Ning Chi had cut off one of his arms because he could not kill him with a single stab, but now it seemed that Ning Chi had been merciful. Chapter 2562. Please take a step forward. The Grand Luo looked at each other. None of them stepped forward, and instead took a step back, with one of them smiling sheepishly. We won't stop you if you want to risk yourself, young Ning Chi. How terrifying! Killing a Grand Luo, just like that? Many of them had only heard of Jiang Wei and White Bones, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw Ning Chi kill that Grand Luo with a single slash, they all gasped inwardly. There was a hint of admiration in their eyes as they looked at Ning Chi. Why? Because even Grand Luo would have a hard time killing one another. At that level, one's vitality was so frightening that they could at most escape to heal their wounds, even if they were defeated for a moment. Ning Chi killing a Grand Luo so cleanly was several levels above ordinary Grand Luo. Otherwise, the Grand Luo present would not have been so cowardly. As long as they could hold Ning Chi back for a few breaths, they would have hundreds of ways to subjugate him. Most importantly, however, holding him back for a few breaths was too difficult. They would have to sacrifice a few lives, and who would do that? Ning Chi smiled. The Grand Luo present could see the disappointment in his eyes, and could not help but curse inwardly. Was this guy really a killer? After that, no one else dared to come out and speak blindly. Ning Chi and the other 9 sat on the bronze chairs for several hours. Just as the other Grand Luo thought that Ji Wulio's guess was wrong, a faint green radiance suddenly shone from the bronze chairs. The faint light engulfed everyone on the bronze chairs, including Ning Chi. A hint of fear flashed through the eyes of the tortoise-riding old man, but he did not act recklessly. Since he had chosen to sit on the bronze chair, he had tied his life to Ji Wulio and the others. He believed that even if he was not fated enough, following Ji Wulio and the others would never go wrong. It's really a formation. I wonder if it's a teleportation formation. The expressions of the Grand Luo, Golden Immortals, and Heavenly Immortals present changed slightly. Some looked on enviously, while others looked solemn. With a flash of green radiance, The bronze chairs became empty in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi and the others had vanished without a trace. It really is a teleportation formation. The other Grand Luo looked at each other. Since they could not get the first batch, the second batch was extremely important. What do you think? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. As the rock, paper, scissors continued, batches after batches of Grand Luo boarded the warp portal. Soon, all of them had vanished from the hall. The golden immortals present breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that anticipation showing in their eyes. They also used the rock, paper, scissors method to leave, including the celestial immortals. However, at the Earth immortal level, the rock, paper, scissors method was no longer useful because there were too many Earth immortals. If this continued, when would they be able to sit on the bronze throne? If the time dragged on for too long, the opportunities would have already been snatched away by others. Perhaps there would even be a joke that the tomb of the god of sin disappeared without them being able to sit on the bronze chair. Therefore, the hall instantly became a mess of fighting. Only the strongest would have the qualifications to sit on the bronze chair. Li Zhongtong and the other two didn't join the battle at first. They waited until the contestants they thought were stronger than them left before they started to fight for the bronze chairs. Not long after, the three of them successfully sat on the bronze chairs and disappeared from the hall. This is the ancestral planet? Ning Qi appeared on a familiar mountain range. There was no one around, but he could occasionally see immortals flying past in the sky, and there was no lack of profound immortals among them. That's right. In less than 10 minutes, Ning Qi had already seen 3 profound immortals flying over his head. Their divine senses were still on Ning Qi, but when they realized that Ning Qi was only a perfected celestial immortal, they ignored him. These 9 bronze chairs teleported me out of the god of sin's tomb? But why would there be so many profound immortals on the ancestral planet? And the mountain range I'm in, if I'm not mistaken. This is the main peak of the mystic sword sect, right? Ning Qi swept his gaze around and saw many familiar peaks, including the missing moon peak. He was sure that this was the mystic sword sect. However, this place was desolate and uninhabited. There were no buildings at all, and no traces of the mystic sword sect's existence could be seen. Illusion. A hint of suspicion flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. If it was an illusion, then the methods of the Lord of the God of Sin's tomb were too terrifying. He had never seen such a realistic illusion. This illusion simulated the mystic sword sect that Ning Qi was most familiar with. Then, could it even simulate the entire Yingzhou? Perhaps the place where the others are is also the sects that they are familiar with, or throwing everyone into the same illusion. If it's an illusion, then the aura of those profound immortals who passed by just now is too real at the same time. Li Si, by Xing Xue, the southern sea turtle riding old man, Ji Wuliu, Tai Yuan, and the others who were sitting on the bronze chairs all appeared in different places. Everyone's expression was similar to Ning Qi's, as if they were all extremely shocked by the scene before them. An illusion, right? The southern sea turtle riding old man looked around. At this moment, a Grand Luo descended from the sky and landed in front of the southern sea turtle riding old man, and said coldly, "I have never seen you on the ancestral planet. Which sect or sect are you from? Are you a demon spy?" Demon spy? The southern sea turtle riding old man was stunned for a moment, and then became angry. "You want to deceive me with a mere illusion. Go to hell." He attacked without hesitation, wanting to break the illusion before him. It really is a demon spy. The other party roared and struck out with his palm. Uft! The southern sea turtle riding old man and his tortoise were sent flying into the air and landed thousands of feet away, coughing out a mouthful of blood at the same time. How is this possible? There was a hint of fear in the southern sea turtle riding old man's eyes, and he turned to flee without hesitation. The illusion was too frightening, and he could feel that the injuries he suffered were incredibly real. He would probably die to the illusion if he did not flee. Demon spy, damn it! Could this be an illusion from the great war between immortals and demons? This period where even immortal emperors would die in battle is too terrifying. The southern sea turtle riding Old Man thought as he fled. The 4 legs of the tortoise beneath him moved wildly as if it was swimming, but its speed was extraordinarily quick, and it soon left the Grand Luo behind. Seeing that the other party did not give chase, the southern sea turtle riding Old Man breathed a long sigh of relief and put away the tortoise. Chapter 2563. Phew! Ningqi looked at the giant city in front of him and let out a long sigh. If not for his rationality telling him that everything before him couldn't be real, he would have thought that this was the ancestral planet of the past. The immortal qi around him was so dense that one breath was equivalent to the effect of cultivating on the peak for a month on the mystic sword sect master. Cultivating on the peak for a month would only take effect, and the place he was at was just an official road, not some special heavenly abode. Legend had it that the ancestral planet was the birthplace of all immortals. In the immortal realm, the first level 9 planet and the first immortal emperor came from the ancestral planet. What Ningqi saw now was somewhat similar to the legend. Just now, a 5-clawed golden dragon, more terrifying than a mystic immortal, had pulled a luxurious carriage and entered the Emperor Ancestor City before Ningqi's eyes. Apart from the golden dragon, there were 3,000 young boys and girls following behind the carriage, each with an aura no weaker than Xian Jian, Qiao, and the other Grand Luo patriarchs. Among them were 99 golden-armored soldiers, with auras comparable to the jade, pure patriarchs. Ningqi couldn't guess who was inside the carriage, but he knew that a golden dragon that was suspected to be at the level of a primordial unity true immortal was pulling it. The carriage was accompanied by 99 mystic immortals and 3,000 Grand Luo immortals. The being inside must at least be an immortal lord, right? Ningqi was sure that the ancestral planet he was at previously could not have an immortal monarch, and there could not be this Emperor Ancestor City before him. Ningqi had not stayed in Yingzhou for long and had never heard of this Emperor Ancestor City, which was enough to prove that all of this was probably an illusion created by the Lord of the Divine Tomb. The carriage that just passed should be Zhuqiu Immortal Monarch's carriage. Rumor has it that Shingong Immortal Monarch is marrying off his daughter this time, and immortal monarchs from all directions have come to congratulate him. Looks like the Emperor Ancestor City is going to be very lively from now on. It won't be long before all the rare geniuses show up. Not far away from Ningqi stood a few young geniuses that were in high spirits. The clothes they wore were almost similar to Ningqi, but there was a similarity between them, and it was that their clothes all had some simple embroidery on them. It was either embroidery of unusual beasts, mountain scenes, or seal characters. These young geniuses all possessed cultivations at the heavenly immortal realm, and their cultivations ranged from the initial stage to the perfection stage of the heavenly immortal realm. But they seemed to not mind the difference in cultivation realms between them, and they didn't differentiate between each other when they chatted together, and they seemed to be equal. In addition, there were people riding immortal beasts on this road from time to time, galloping towards the Emperor Ancestor City. There were many celestial immortals among these people. It could be seen that there were many more celestial immortals in the illusion than in Yingzhou. Not just heavenly immortals, but even golden immortals, grand heavenly immortals, and mystic immortals. Shingong Immortal Monarch. Ningqi's ears twitched. He was sure that he didn't hear wrongly. These 4 words left a deep impression on Ningqi. Back in the Central Continent, when he was in a desperate situation of death, there was a guy who called himself Shingong Celestial Monarch who wanted to take over his body. In the end, he was scared witless by the brand of the Tiandao family. In the end, not only did he fail to possess Ningqi, he even allowed Ningqi to obtain many benefits. Place. Coincidence. Same name? Ningqi did not believe it. Ordinary people might have the same name, but how could an immortal lord have it? What was the background of the master of the tomb of the god of sin? How could an existence like Shin Gong, celestial monarch, exist in an illusory realm constructed from his memories? If Shin Gong, celestial monarch, recognized the brand of the Tiandao family, did that not mean that Ning Qi might have the chance to obtain some information about the Tiandao family? Did that not mean that Ning Qi might have the chance to obtain information about the Tiandao family from this place? It really is a very long time ago, not to mention Patriarch Xianjian. Even my master might not have been born yet? Ning Qi sighed inwardly. Although he still believed that this place was an illusory realm, for some reason, there was a hint of anticipation in his heart. With that thought in mind, Ning Qi walked towards the young prodigies. As if noticing Ning Qi, they smiled and stopped talking, waiting for Ning Qi to speak. Brothers, I have just inadvertently learned that Shin Gong, celestial monarch, is marrying off his daughter. Is that true? Ning Qi said with a cupped fist and a smile. The trio looked at each other and then burst into laughter. One of the young prodigies looked at Ning Qi strangely and said with a faint smile, Brother, the entire homeworld knows that Shin Gong, celestial monarch, is marrying off his daughter, but you don't know about it? May I ask, brother, did you come from the land of demons? The land of demons. Had illusions become so smart as well? Should he kill them? While Ning Qi was deep in thought, one of the trio laughed again. Brother Baidi, don't joke around like this. While the demons have been defeated, there are still some survivors, and the higher-ups are keeping a close eye on them. If others heard it, wouldn't it bring trouble to this brother? Baidi laughed and said to Ning Qi, Brother, are you scared? Brother, you really like to joke. You really scared me just now. Ning Qi smiled. While he did not come from the land of demons, he was a genuine sky fiend. But as long as Ning Qi did not deliberately change into his demon form, no one would be able to tell. However, Ning Qi learned some more information from the other party's words. Had the demons been defeated? Was that the end of the great war between immortals and demons? At this time, did the ancient immortals already bear the infamy of betraying the immortals and leading demons into their territory? Moreover, this fellow's name was rather domineering. Baidi? Then I'm really sorry. As an apology, I'll treat you to a drink when we arrive at Emperor Ancestor City. How should I address you, brother? Since you're here, you should be going to Emperor Ancestor City, right? Or are you just passing by? Baidi laughed and threw out 3 questions in a row. I'm Ning Qi, and I'm indeed going to Emperor Ancestor City. Ning Qi smiled. So it's Brother Ning. I'm Baidi, a disciple of the mystical sky sect. Baidi smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Ning, I'm Emosia, a lone cultivator without a sect. Emosia grinned. He was the one who had just scolded Baidi for scaring people. He looked rather warm-hearted. Hearing this, Ning Qi's smile rippled. There was no such coincidence in this world. Baidi Emosia. Ning Qi had seen these 2 names on the Immortal Lord's list of the Heavenly Tao list. Then who was the third fellow who did not seem to like talking? Brother Ning, I'm Ji Fei, a disciple of the Yixian sect. Ji Fei had a faint smile on his face as he cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. He was indeed not a talkative person. After reporting his name, he followed Ning Qi, White Emperor, and Emosia towards Emperor Ancestor City. Along the way, he just smiled and listened to the 2 talk with Ning Qi. Chapter 2564. Emperor Ancestor City. When the 4 of them entered the city, there seemed to be a special talisman on both sides of the city gate that lit up slightly. At the same time, the immortal guarding the city scanned Ning Qi and the 3 of them with his divine sense. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he allowed them to enter the city. With the demon detection formation personally set up by Shingong Immortal Lord, no matter how the demon clan disguises themselves, they won't be able to sneak into the city. Emosia laughed. Speaking of which, this trip to the Emperor Ancestor City is much more guarded than the last time. They actually sent a profound immortal senior to guard the city gate. Isn't it overkill? After entering the city, Emperor Bai turned around to take a look and sighed. Ning Qi couldn't help but nod. There was indeed a terrifying gaze that seemed to be able to see through people. It must be a profound immortal. Shingong, Immortal Lord's daughter, is marrying off. Such an important event naturally needs to be more guarded. Otherwise, if the demon clan sneaks in and causes trouble, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Xie said with a smile. After a pause, his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. I heard that Shingong, Immortal Lord's daughter, is the most beautiful in the world. Any man would be moved by her. I'm really looking forward to seeing her face on the day of the ceremony. Ning Qi couldn't imagine that this guy would be the number one on the Immortal Lord list in the future. Perhaps the illusion of the Lord of the Divine Tomb was a little biased? After all, this wasn't the real world. Lower your voice. The one who's marrying Shingong, Immortal Lord's daughter, is not someone easy to deal with. I heard that his background is extremely mysterious and he has peerless talent. At such a young age, he's already in the perfect Xian immortal realm. He's going to break through to the Tai True immortal realm soon. In the future, he'll at least be a powerhouse. If what you said is heard by him, don't tell anyone that you know us. Emperor Bai smiled. You're the most cowardly. Ji Fei, do some calculations. Did anyone hear what I just said? Xie curled his lips in disdain. The other party's background is too powerful. I can't divine it. Ji Fei said with a serious face. All right, I was just joking. I knew you couldn't divine it. Let's go, let's have a drink first. Xie urged. Ning Qi felt that he might be able to learn more about this place by following the three of them. Naturally, he would not refuse. Bai Di and the other two found a restaurant with great familiarity. There were countless immortals drinking in the restaurant, ranging from human immortals to golden immortals. However, there were no grand heavenly immortals present. It was likely that the restaurant's grade was not high enough. Lu Yulo's red braised lion head is extremely delicious. It's a good dish to go with wine. Brother Ning, it's your first time coming to Emperor Ancestor City. You're in luck to meet the three of us. As soon as he found a seat, Xie winked at Ning Qi with a grin, looking like he was asking for credit. His current cultivation was not high. He was at the middle stage of Heaven Immortal. Emperor Bai was at the peak of Heaven Immortal, and Ji Fei was at the early stage of Heaven Immortal. Indeed, I'm in luck. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. At the same time, he noticed that there were 4 Earth Immortals sitting at a table not too far away. Though they didn't recognize Ning Qi was able to tell where they came from based on their elemental attributes. Those 4 were the descendants of the Shangqing sect. It was obvious. There was no Shangqing sect in this era, so it was obvious where they came from. Looks like it's not just one illusion for each person. Everyone who entered the Divine Tomb this time was thrown into the same illusion. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. Since he had already met his fellow countrymen here, the others might already be in Emperor Ancestor City, or they might have gone to other places in the Ancestral Star in search of opportunities. Soon, the dishes that Xie ordered were delivered to the table, along with a jar of immortal wine. The wine in the immortal world was like poison to mortals. If they accidentally drank a drop, they would probably sleep until they died. But to Ning Qi it was still acceptable. With the strength of his fleshly body, even if he drank a jug, he would at most be slightly tipsy. Seeing that Ning Qi was enjoying the wine so much, Xie and Emperor Bai became even more intimate with Ning Qi. Even Ji Fei, who didn't like to talk, took a few sips. But his alcohol tolerance was very poor, and after a few sips his face was already red, and his words were a little slurred. Brother Ning, to tell you the truth, when I first saw you, I did a divination and found that your birth chart is very strange. Ji Fei stammered. You're just making things up. Emperor Bai scolded with a smile and said to Ning Qi, don't mind him, he's from the Yixian sect. When we first met, he told us that we would be fated to be immortal monarchs in the future. Haha, that's funny. Is that so? Ning Qi did not find it funny, but his heart became solemn. The illusion in front of him was getting more and more confusing. Was it because of his own thoughts that the illusion used his subconscious and caused Emperor Bai to say those words? Or was it because the Lord of the Divine Tomb had given Ji Fei to Emperor Bai and Mo Xia? He even knew about the fortune-telling? That's too unbelievable, right? After Ji Fei finished his sentence, he did not hold on to Ning Qi anymore. Mo Xia forced him to drink a few more cups of wine, and he plopped down on the table. Useless. Mo Xia looked at Ji Fei in disgust, then raised his cup and smiled at Ning Qi. Come, brother Ning, let's drink. Isn't this the poor brother Mo Xia? Why are you drinking here? Did you know that I'm here today, so you came to pay your respects? A disgusting voice was heard. Ning Qi noticed that Mo Xia's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice, and Emperor Bai's face also showed a hint of seriousness. A white-clothed, noble young master appeared to the side with 3 to 5 young geniuses. They were looking at Mo Xia with a mocking smile. The young man in white exuded a trace of golden immortal aura, and the 5 young talents around him were also golden immortals, but they were all early golden immortals, and only the young man in white was an intermediate golden immortal. Dong Quinn, I'm drinking in Willow Jade Tower. What does it have to do with you? The playful smile on Mo Xia's face had disappeared, and was replaced with a cold face. Young Master Dong, Mo Xia drank too much. Don't bother with him. Mo Xia, Brother Ning, help Ji Fei, let's go. Emperor Bai smiled at Dong Quinn and gave Ning Qi and Mo Xia a look. Chapter 2565. Climb outside the Jade Willow Building? To a celestial immortal, this was a very insulting remark. Usually, if there was a feud between 2 parties, they could kill or beat each other. But insulting, it meant that the enmity between the 2 parties had probably gone beyond the level of killing. The diners at the nearby tables could not help but look up at Mo Xia. When they saw Kuin's appearance, they all revealed looks of pity and fear. That's the proud son of the Dong clan. I've heard that he's talented in cultivation, but has a very bad temper. Now that I've seen him, it seems that's true. The Dong clan, is it one of the 3 great clans of the Emperor Ancestor City? That's right. His clan master was born as a slave and followed Shingon, Celestial Lord, for many years. After he broke through to the primordial unity, genuine immortal realm, he was conferred the title of Celestial King by Shingon, Celestial Lord. He was given special permission to get rid of his slave status and founded the Dong clan today. The other 2 clans are slightly inferior to him. After all, the Dong clan's patriarch and Shingon Celestial Lord are related. Ordinary people are unable to match up to the Xian element. How did those fellows offend such a person? I'm afraid it won't end well today. Either you climb out of Willow Jade Building or you die here. I remember now. 30 years ago, a few experts from the Dong clan went to the Gathering Cave Province. Afterwards, a sword sect that had existed for many years in the Gathering Cave Province was annihilated. According to Dong Quinn, this person should be a survivor of that sword sect. Hiss! The sword master, whose heads were piled up into a tower of human skulls? So it was done by the Dong clan? Not bad. Why aren't you talking? Are you going to climb or not? Dong Quinn looked at Mo Xia with a faint smile. Mo Xia stared at Dong Quinn coldly. Ji Fei was still drunk, lying on the table without moving. Emperor Bai's mind raced. He wanted to find a way to alleviate the situation. Based on his understanding of Mo Xia, he would rather die than allow others to humiliate him. I won't. The speaker was not Mo Xia, nor was it Bai Di, nor was it Ji Fei. Who are you? Dong Quinn looked at Ning Qi, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. What does my conversation with Mo Xia have to do with you? Are you prepared to die here if you want to interfere in the matter between us? Mo Xia was startled and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of emotion in his eyes. He and Ning Qi hadn't known each other for long, but Ning Chi spoke up for him and stood on his side. Mo Xia naturally felt touched in his heart. However, after the feeling, Mo Xia didn't want to implicate Ning Chi. He quickly transmitted a message. Brother Ning, don't worry about this matter. I came to Emperor Ancestor City this time for revenge. Ji Fei said that as long as I come to Emperor Ancestor City, Dong Kuan will die. Emperor Bai was slightly taken aback as well. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Chi had already extended his hand to grab Dong Kuan. Ning Chi's movement looked slow, but it was actually extremely fast. He grabbed Dong Kuan's neck and slammed him onto the table. Bang! The table shattered. Mo Xia subconsciously held onto Ji Fei and stood up with White Emperor in shock. As for Dong Kuan, he was lying in front of Ning Chi in a daze. There was a red mark on his forehead. He didn't understand what had just happened. The surrounding diners stood in shock and looked at the scene in disbelief. Dong Kuan was an intermediate golden immortal. How could he be injured by a heaven immortal in the great perfection stage? Ning Chi was still sitting on the chair, looking down at Dong Kuan, who was lying on the broken table. He smiled and said, I'm drinking with someone. What are you doing here? Brother Dong. The few fellows that Dong Kuan brought with him finally reacted. Simultaneously, they tried to suppress Ning Chi, but all they saw was a flash of sword light. This group of early golden immortals froze on the spot. Then, their ears fell to the ground, dripping with blood. If you move again, it'll be your heads that fall next time, Ning Chi said without turning his head. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Mo Xia and Emperor Bai were shocked. It was especially so for Mo Xia, who specialized in swordsmanship. His heart seemed to have been set off by a tempestuous storm. Ning Chi's sword strike just now had given him too much shock. A perfected heaven immortal just used a sword strike to cut off the ears of a few early golden immortals? If he really wanted to kill, it wouldn't be the ears that were cut off. It would be the head, right? You deserve to die. Dong Kuan finally realized the situation he was in. He roared in shame and anger. Just as he was about to get up, a foot landed on his body again. Bang! Dong Kuan was lying on the ground again. Before he could move, Ning Chi bent down and grabbed Dong Kuan's neck. He lifted him up and dropped him again and again, smashing Dong Kuan to the ground again and again. Bang! 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 The entire Willow Jade restaurant shook violently as a result. The customers on the upper floors all ran down to see what was happening in front of them. Even the immortals on the nearby streets had gathered around, their faces aghast. They saw the proud son of the Dong clan being grabbed by a celestial immortal and slammed into him again and again. His face was already covered in blood, and it was impossible to see his original appearance. Is that Dong Kuan? Why is he in such a sorry state? Who attacked him? He, immortal Lord Shingon, is marrying off his daughter. Too many geniuses came to Emperor Ancestor City. Many of them are stronger than Dong Kuan. Did he offend someone he shouldn't have? To dare to attack the genius of Dong family in Emperor Ancestor City, the other party's background must be stronger than Dong family. Perhaps a disciple of an immortal lord. Out of the way. A group of cultivators in black armor came through the air. There were 9 of them in total. Each of them gave off the aura of a grand luo. They quickly entered Willow Jade restaurant and shouted when they saw Dong Kuan being beaten up by Ning Chi. Stop! It's the Black Flag troopers! White Emperor and Mo Xia's eyes flashed with fear. White Emperor immediately transmitted to Ning Chi, the Black Flag troopers under immortal Lord Shingon are here. Brother Ning, stop! Bang! With one last smash, Dong Kuan fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He had already fainted. His friends saw the arrival of the Black Flag troopers and hurried forward to accuse Ning Chi of his crimes. Ning Chi looked at the 9 people in black armor. His eyes moved slightly. What a familiar black armor. The black armor troopers he met in the first god's tomb wore the same armor. One of the black flag troopers seemed to be the leader. After hearing their accusations, he looked at Ning Qi coldly. Immortal Lord Shingong's daughter is about to be married off. Yet, you started a fight in Emperor Ancestor City. What do you think your crime is? What crime is it? Is he allowed to hit me, but I'm not allowed to hit him? You guys are accusing me the moment you come. Are you all in cahoots? Ning Qi stood up and looked at them calmly. There was no trace of fear in his expression. Seeing this, they looked at each other. With such a performance, he was probably a genius with an extraordinary background. Looking at the unconscious Dong Quinn, the possibility was even higher. Chapter 2566. Since you intend to stand up for him, then take him and scram. Asking about my background, do you have the right? Ning Qi kicked Dong Quinn's stomach. With a muffled groan, Dong Quinn shifted several zhang on the ground and appeared in front of the 9 black banner soldiers. Good fella. This person doesn't even care about the black banner soldiers. Looks like his background must be very terrifying. Everyone says that Dong family is still Shingong Immortal Lord Servant. Now it seems so. The black banner soldiers are Shingong Immortal Lord subordinates. They naturally protect Dong family. But now that they have kicked a metal plate, let's see how they deal with this. This is actually just a misunderstanding. It's just that young Master Dong wanted to spar with my brother. Now that he has lost, it's not a big deal. Black banner soldiers, your duty is to defend against the demons, right? Why do you care about such a small matter? White Emperor suddenly smiled. Emperor Bai's words carried a hint of a reminder. He was reminding Yi Fuqian of his true duty, and not to bother with such a trivial matter. Hearing the commotion here, we naturally have to come and take a look. Since it's a misunderstanding, we will take our leave. The leader of the Black Banner soldiers glanced coldly at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Seeing this, Dong Quinn's friends immediately helped Dong Quinn up and quickly left Willow Jade Tower. Some were surprised that the Black Banner soldiers left so quickly, as if they had lost face. But thinking about it, if it was them, they would have done the same. Firstly, while Dong family had a close relationship with Shingong Immortal Lord, Dong Quinn was after all just a prodigy of Dong family. He didn't represent the entire Dong family. Offending an unknown prodigy who could easily suppress a golden immortal intermediate stage prodigy wasn't worth it. Secondly, Dong Quinn didn't die. His friend only lost an ear. Such injuries were all too common in fights. If they really wanted to take revenge, it would be Dong Quinn himself. The Black Banner soldiers had no obligation to do so. Thirdly, it was the problem of identity. While the Black Banner soldiers were directly under Shingong Immortal Lord, they weren't the most prominent among the factions under Shingong Immortal Lord. If they accidentally offended a disciple of an Immortal Lord, while nothing would happen to them, the Black Banner soldiers here would inevitably be worried. A fatal arrow shot from the dark. The annoying fly has left. Shall we find another place to continue drinking? Ning Qi looked at Bai Di and the other two. Ji Fei seemed to be gradually waking up and could stand on his own. He was looking at the scene in front of him with a confused look. Let's go. Emperor Bai nodded. When Dong Quinn came back to his senses, there would definitely be more problems. They couldn't stay in Luyulo for long. Emperor Ancestor City was very big, and the Dong family's influence couldn't cover the entire city. As long as they moved to a place where the Dong family didn't dare to mess around, they wouldn't be in too much danger. After all, if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be regarded as a competition between geniuses. It was just that Dong Quinn, the genius of the Dong clan, had been defeated. If the Dong clan wanted to cause trouble, they would definitely send their own geniuses to challenge them. It was unlikely that they would directly send assassins to kill them. That would damage Shingong Immortal Master's reputation. Sometimes, it was not always a good thing to be on good terms with Shingong Immortal Lord. In certain matters, there would be too many scruples. After Ning Qi and the others left, several figures appeared near Luyulo. One of them looked at the backs of Ning Qi and the others as they left, then smiled at the 4 people around him and said, "There are 9 immortal monarchs in the ancestral star. I wonder which immortal monarch is this fellow a disciple of?" Back then, we were still celestial immortals. Even if it's in the Great Circle, it wouldn't be able to suppress an intermediate golden immortal so easily, right? The immortal realm is vast, and there are all sorts of strange things. Who cares which immortal monarch he is from? Perhaps he just used some special method to hide his cultivation. But this time, immortal monarch Shingong's daughter's wedding must have attracted many geniuses. I heard that the one who is going to marry immortal monarch Shingong has brought an extremely valuable gift. He gave Shingong immortal Lord Agord, a supreme-grade Taoist artifact. My Taoist artifact is also a gourd. I wonder if I can see with my own eyes whether his gourd or mine is more powerful on the day of the grand ceremony. The one who spoke was a young man with a slightly red nose. He carried a huge gourd on his back, from which a faint wine fragrance wafted out. Apart from that, the gourd also carried a faint trace of the great Tao aura. It was extremely obscure, and if one didn't use their divine telekinesis, they wouldn't be able to discover it at all. The people around him immediately looked at the young man mockingly. "San Chi, your lousy gourd wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme-grade Taoist artifact? Although the wine it brews is excellent, are you going to feed the wine to your enemies in the future and then kill them after they're drunk? Shoo, shoo, shoo. You don't understand my gourd." The young man called Sant Chi waved his hand and glanced at his friends in disdain. Luyulo was in the south of Emperor Ancestor City, but now Ning Chi and the others had arrived at a restaurant in the north of the city. This restaurant was much more luxurious than Luyulo, and they could occasionally see a few Xian immortals entering and leaving. Even Dong Kuin wouldn't dare to mess around here. Emperor Bai smiled. "Brothers, I was drunk just now, so I wasn't able to help. Please forgive me." Ji Fei cupped his hands in shame. "Why are you saying that?" "But Mo Xia raised a cup of wine in his hand and faced Ning Chi. "Thanks to Brother Ning for helping us this time. This cup of wine is for Brother Ning." Then he drank it in one gulp, and his eyes were instantly filled with a layer of drunkenness. "Brother Mo, you're too polite." Ning Chi smiled and drank a cup as well. "Brother Ning, you beat Dong Kuin so badly that he couldn't fight back. And that sword skill, I wonder which immortal lord's disciple Brother Ning is?" Emperor Bai suddenly asked. "What immortal lord's disciple?" "I'm the same as Mo Xia. I don't belong to any sect." Just now, that group of Black Flag soldiers clearly wanted to help Dong Kuin. If I wasn't a little overbearing, how could I have gotten away? Ning Chi smiled. "Don't belong to any sect?" Emperor Bai and Mo Xia were slightly stunned. They didn't know if they should believe him or not. If he really didn't belong to any sect, then Ning Chi standing up for Mo Xia was even more precious. After 3 rounds of wine, Ning Chi didn't ask about the feud between Mo Xia and Dong Kuin, and Mo Xia didn't seem to want to talk about it either. Everyone had a tacit understanding and stopped talking about Dong Kuin. Ji Fei learned his lesson this time and watched the 3 of them drink, maintaining his sobriety. He was a man of few words, but now he suddenly whispered, "I heard that Shingong Immortal Lord's son-in-law is from the Heavenly Tao family that suppressed the ancient Immortal Clan and Demon Clan. Here it comes." Chapter 2567. Tian Dao Family by D and Mo Xia were shocked. By D's side, this war affected the entire immortal world. Because of the betrayal of the ancient Immortal Clan, we were almost wiped out. In the end, it was Tian Dao Family that turned things around and suppressed both the ancient Immortal Clan and the demon race. That's why we can sit here today. Let's drink. Mo Xia nodded with a solemn expression. "That's right. Speaking of which, the Heavenly Tao Clan is the savior of all of us. Unfortunately, the existence of the Heavenly Tao Clan is too secretive. Up until now, I'm afraid that besides those immortal emperors, no one knows where their sect is. Otherwise, I would have gone to take them as my master. Hearing this, Ningqi thought to himself that the Tiandao family's publicity skills were extremely good. Right now, all the immortals probably think that the ancient immortal clan had betrayed the immortals, and that the immortal world was saved by the Tiandao family. In reality, according to the information Ningqi had obtained over the years, it was clear that the ancient immortal clan had been deceived. They became little soldiers, charging into the enemy lines. Just as they were about to achieve victory and drive out the demons, they were ambushed by the Tiandao clan. This ambush directly uprooted all the ancient immortals in the immortal world. If there were any survivors, they would be attacked by the other immortals and turned into street rats. Forget it. Rumor has it that Tiandao family is the existence closest to the heavenly Tao. They can communicate with the heavenly Tao. Why would such an existence like us? Bai Di shook his head with a smile, not having Mo Xie's strong desire to take him as a master. Brother Bai, brother Mo. Actually, both of you can become immortal monarchs in the future. Maybe you'll have a chance to join Tiandao family, Jifei said. You're still talking. Your divination skills aren't accurate at all. You said that I would be able to take my revenge once I reached Emperor Ancestral City. I almost died at Dong Quin's hands. Immortal monarch. I would be satisfied if I could attain Dao fruit and become a grand Luo. I don't even dare to think about abstruse immortal or grand unity true immortal. Immortal monarch. Mo Xie rolled his eyes at Ji Fei. Ji Fei smiled shyly. Maybe there's something wrong with my divination skills. After all, I'm only an early-stage heaven immortal. I can't compare to the ancestors of the sect. Don't blame Brother Ji. Come, let's drink. Emperor Bai raised his cup with a smile. Ningqi asked some questions that he wanted to know. As long as White Darch and Mo Xie understood, they would answer them. In the end, Ningqi realized that their understanding of the Tiandao family was very one-sided. They might not even be as good as him. At least he knew that there was a family with the surname Jiang in the Tiandao family. However, Ningqi also obtained a lot of useful information. For example, in the current immortal world, there was no such thing as the heavenly Tao ranking, and there was more than one immortal emperor. On the ancestral star, there were 2 immortal emperors. One of them was called the Moonview Immortal Emperor, and the other was more mysterious. Only his name was known. Apart from the 2 immortal emperors, there were a total of 9 immortal monarchs in the ancestral star. Each of them controlled a celestial city, and there were 2 immortal monarchs in the Emperor Ancestor City, Immortal Monarch Shingong and Immortal Monarch Zhuqiu. As the wedding ceremony of Immortal Monarch Shingong's daughter approached, other immortal monarchs who were on good terms with immortal monarchs would come to Emperor Ancestor City to congratulate him. I heard that in order to marry Immortal Monarch Shingong's daughter, that existence from the Tiandao family had brought a supreme-grade Dao item as a betrothal gift. This supreme-grade Dao item was taken from an ancient immortal clan. It's a gourd. I wonder if we can see it during the ceremony. Mo Xie sighed. A gourd? Ningqi's eyes flickered. Could it be the immortal slaying gourd that the system wanted him to find? The deadline given by the system was 200 years, and it was not long before the deadline. If there was no immortal slaying gourd in the divine tomb, the mission would most likely fail. Ningqi naturally did not wish for the mission to fail, and he was rather concerned about the immortal slaying gourd. After all, it was a legendary artifact. If he could get his hands on it, it would be of great help to him when he faced the Jiang family in the future. However, if it really was the immortal slaying gourd, would the Tiandao family be willing to give it to immortal Monarch Shingong? Compared to the Jiang family that Ningqi knew, a mere immortal monarch would not be worth their attention. Whatever. Ningqi decided that as long as there was a chance, he would go take a look. If it really was the immortal slaying gourd, how he could get it from immortal Monarch Shingong and that Tiandao family disciple is a matter for later. Dao item. After the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, there were fewer and fewer Dao items. I wonder if you and I will be able to get one in the future. Bai Di smiled and shook his head. But because of the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, too many Dao items were destroyed. Ning Qi suddenly asked, even if they were destroyed, they can be reforged. More importantly, it is said that the Tao of artifact refinement originated from the ancient immortals. Now that the ancient immortal clan has been suppressed, the number of artifact refinement grandmasters in the world has naturally decreased. There used to be many markets on the ancestral star that sold inferior grade Tao items and even mid-grade Tao items. Now, even inferior grade Tao items are extremely difficult to find. Bai Di said, "The ancient immortals are to blame for betraying the entire immortal realm." Mo Xia drank a mouthful of wine and said in a somewhat disappointed tone, "Is that so?" Ning Qi smiled and said no more. If this was an illusion, then the owner of the tomb must have stood against the ancient immortals. After all, from what he had seen and heard since his arrival, he could feel the contempt the immortals here had for the ancient immortals. Even as the four drank, the atmosphere in the third branch of the Dong family was rather somber. The wounds on Dong Kuin's face had recovered. Though Ning Qi's attack was a little brutal, it was still pure physical strength, and it mainly left Dong Kuin with superficial wounds and minor internal injuries. As a mid-stage golden immortal, it would not take long for Dong Kuin to recover from such injuries. Is that what happened? You were beaten up by a perfected heavenly immortal in front of countless people. A middle-aged man who resembled Dong Kuin but was much older and emanated a grand Luo aura said flatly. Beside the middle-aged man stood a beautiful woman whose cultivation was the same as the middle-aged man's. Grand Luo. Yes, father! Dong Kuin's expression was a little ugly as he nodded his head. There was a sliver of fear in his eyes. But this fear was not directed at Ning Qi. Instead, it was directed at his father,